Oh no. There we go. Hello, everybody. All right. Looks good. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Rattan and Rose. Today we are going to be working on this little heart garland. As you can see, as you saw in the thumbnail. So I have a list of everything that you'll need, including the very, very simple pattern in the description below. This is the couple that I have already strung. So choose your colors. We're just going to be making a bunch of hearts. Let's sort of put our space together here. All right. So I have already made quite a few of these in different colors. The colors that I'll be using are this like sparkly, I don't know if the camera will even pick that up, but it's like this sparkly soft pink, a little bit darker pink, white, and then I have this nice red that we're going to be doing a bunch in also. So those will be my colors that I have chosen, just some Valentine's Day decor sort of color. We are going to be making, and you're going to want something, this is just brown yarn. Some people I've seen use like twine, which is super cute. You can just use white or just whatever color you'd like to string them together. I used this brown because it's similar to twine, but I didn't want twine. So this is sort of my collection here. We are going to be making a total of 44 of these hearts. So the reason that I have chosen this today is, and I put source information in the description below if you're on YouTube. If you are on Twitch, it's going to be on our Discord. But since January of 2025, ice has been the cause or involved in 44 deaths. That's 44 people whom ice either shot in the face or who died due to neglect or poor conditions in ice facilities. Now, this isn't strictly a memorial stream for these people, because as much as we would like to believe that ICE has never been a legitimate organization, there are many people who died in captivity because they had done serious crimes, like they were in prison for a reason. And those people, in my opinion, may or may not deserve... Am I lopsided here? I am. May or may not deserve like a memorial. For example, there are a couple people on this list who died in prison that were guilty of child SA. So I'm not doing a memorial for those people. I didn't want to go through the list and pick and choose who I thought deserved to die. At the end of the day, this is less about the individuals and more about ICE accountability. And just the fact that their average deaths per year floats around 7 to 10 over the last 20 years. And this last year alone, they had 36. Now, the problem with that is that as you look through, like I said, I did post in the description 2 links to The Guardian, which in my opinion is a reliable resource, though you can absolutely pick a different resource if you'd like. As you kind of scroll through the information about these people, there are many who just sort of died in their cell. There are a lot of deaths that were still under investigation. There's a lot of people whose families who, like, they died from heart failure or something, and their families will swear up and down they did not have any heart problems before being arrested. Just a lot of stuff like that. So, you know, rather than picking and choosing who I wanted to do a memorial for, the project is going to be centered more on the fact that this is over 3 times their average for deaths. And at least 3 of them, 2 or 3 of them, it's debated. Because like I said, a lot of questionable suicides on that list. But at least 2 we know for absolute certain are people that they literally shot. So, yeah, so this project is more about just kind of quantifying how many lives have been lost. And I do plan on adding to this, unfortunately, as the damage continues. But it's a visualization of how this regime is kind of using hatred to remove people's humanity, and it is making people who should not be officers feel like they can mess with people and that they can treat people as less than human. That is what this project is supposed to symbolize. That said, let's go ahead and get started. There are a couple of things that I wanted to go over first. First, we got a gift that I'm really excited about. Kind of a weird departure, but we're gonna do this real fast. Oh, I think I just doxed myself. But, so I was gonna cover all of this up and I didn't. Fortunately, one of them is a P.O. box and the other is not my address, so there we go. Ta-da! All right, so we got this lovely yarn gift box from, what is her online name? Nikki's Homemade Crafts is what her channel name is. Nikki is somebody that I've been watching for a long time, and she has sort of been somebody who has inspired me to start this channel and to actually bring it and start a community, because I just absolutely love hers. If you're not familiar with the Crochet Club, definitely check her out. I did post her links in the description below if you're on YouTube. If you are on Twitch, it's going to be on the Discord. So do check her out. I put her website down there as well, where you can find all of this fun stuff. They have a crochet club that... Yes, my love? What? Your Switch died? I'm sorry. I love you. Her Switch died. Well, anyway, so I'm gonna do this unboxing real quick. So I was on her stream recently. She's doing a big giveaway for a new ebook that just came out. She does a lot of really amazing patterns. So definitely check her out real fast, but we're gonna do this unboxing. Oh, it did come with these cute stickers. So cute. But I gave many of them to my child. So, but here, maybe you can see those better. There you go. Yeah. So they came with super cute custom stickers that my kids have been playing with. Alright, and it comes in this cute drawstring bag with the Crochet Club on it here. Oh, and there's... Yeah, see, I remember the Crochet Club. I always forget Nikki's Homemade Crafts. That's their website right there. So go and check her out for sure. Alright. So we have 2 skeins of yarn in here. I have already gone through this, but I just really wanted to show you guys how cute it is. So I've got 2 skeins of yarn here. This one is called, it's Brava Tweed by We Crochet. Color in Boysenberry. It is like a really cute, like dark purple. I hope the camera picks that up nicely. Like a really dark reddish purple tweed look that I'm really excited to do something fun with. And then this one is called Dishy Twist. So it feels like a cotton. Yeah, it is. So it's 100% cotton. It can be machine washed, which is nice. I think that the intention for this one is to be washcloths. So that's probably what I'll do with it. But I just thought that style was so, so cute. There's those. And then in here we've got like a ton of goodies. Just, oh my gosh, so many things. We've got pretty much every tool you would need. I'm going to switch cameras here. Every tool you would need if you were just getting started. It's like a good set. So this is a really nice, grippy, feels good, aluminum tip, 5mm hook. Are we using a 5 today? I think we're using a 6. Yeah, we're using a 6. I was going to say we should use that, but it might not be the right size. So cute. This looks like... Oh, it's a measuring tape. That'll be perfect, because I always guess on my gauges. And it's almost never correct, of course. That has this super, super cute Crochet Club notebook. Let's take a look. Love that. Love that. So this says date, place, number for memos. Oh, so cute. So you can like actually, yeah, subject line and then date, place, number for memos. So it's like a guided memo book. I love that. I'm a sucker for guided notebooks. I'm gonna have to test this pen out. I'm a little bit of a pen snob, so pens that come with things are rarely things that I like. But it is so cute and it goes well with this, and I love that it has the loop, so if I decided to use my own pen, I totally could. Let's see. Oh my gosh. There is a set of scissors. Nice ones. And what looks like a Crochet Club keychain. Love that. And then let's see. Got her business card there. I don't know if any of that's coming through, but I'm sure you can find all of her information on the website. The Crochet Club Times, cute. So a little news article, a little, what is that? What do you call them? A little, newsletter. A little Crochet Club Times newsletter. Be sure to join the group. Oh, and an invitation to their group. Very cute. Yeah, so I was like, I don't know if I mentioned, but yeah, so I won this in a giveaway. I was just sitting on her stream doing some crocheting along, and hopefully my husband will get that. Just crocheting along with her, and I just entered a giveaway, like in the last minute as she was doing it, entered a giveaway, and I won, and that was so exciting. Because like I said, I've been a big fan for a little while, and she does a lot of giveaways too, so we should start doing giveaways. That would be fun. But maybe we're gonna switch out and use our Nikki's Homemade Crafts stuff instead this time around. So we'll use the darning needle she got us, which I love that it's one of the hooked ones. I have only ever used the straight ones. It feels like a decent material. I don't know. I don't think it's aluminum, but it feels sturdy. And we probably won't need to measure. We're not using a size 5 hook, and I'm going to need to put these yarn skeins somewhere where I will remember them. Put them up on my shelf. Nice. Oh, and we probably won't be needing a stitch marker today either. So yeah, how exciting is that? So fun. Put my stuff away. Here, lovely. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So we are going to be working on these hearts. We're going to be making just like a ton of these hearts. We're making 44. So how many do I have? I need 11 of each color because I'm doing 44 or doing 4 color. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, almost 16. So yeah, I think that we'll probably get pretty close to finishing. I can usually do a heart in about, move this lamp a little bit, my goodness. I can usually do a heart in about 20 to 30 minutes, I would say. Sorry. I got a lamp like I promised last time I was going to. So now we're gonna go a little bit later. I don't know. People who have been here for the last couple streams, we usually start a lot earlier because I didn't have a lamp to complement the daylight going away, but hopefully with the new lamp setup, we'll be able to go quite a bit later. Zorik, hello! Oh my gosh, welcome to the stream. You're listening while at work, but you hope the stream goes well. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So this is a heart that I have already been working on, but it is time to stuff it. So bear with me just a minute. We get to use our box of polyfill. Just grab a bunch. All right. Something I like to do, I don't know if this is something everybody does, is I like to keep the scraps, like the bits of yarn to use in lieu of polyfill, just kind of trying to not be wasteful. So we're gonna use some of that. So to get ready, go ahead. Like I said, all of the needed materials are going to be in the description below, and if you are on Twitch, it's going to be in our About panels. But basically what you're going to need is just your favorite color of worsted yarn, size 4 yarn, and a 6mm hook. You're going to need a pair of scissors and a darning needle. And honestly, I think that's it. Oh, and something to stuff with. So you can see, here's from our hat when we were doing the slip stitches that I ended up hating. Oh, speaking of ending up hating, I do not like where that lamp is. There. I don't love this either, but it's better, I think. There. All right. So I'm just gonna chat a little bit while we finish this up. You can see, in order to get this size with worsted yarn, I'm not gonna put this away quite yet because we're still gonna use it. In order to get this size with worsted yarn, I am doubling up. You can do this by just pulling both sides of the skein while you're going. So I'm just gonna hurry up and close this baby up real fast. This pattern is very, very simple. I went looking for like the ideal heart pattern from a bunch of different sources, and they're all basically the same. This one I like because it's not very many stitches, and doubling up the worsted yarn gets you to the size that you would like without having to do twice as many stitches. So that is how I got here. And it's very, very simple. It's just going to be single crochets and invisible decreases, which I will show invisible decrease. So I guess this is a good time. You wanted to ask, where's the name Rattan and Rose come from? So Rattan and Rose is actually, it's the name of, back when I was living in Florida, I had a plant shop, and it was the name of that plant shop. And then when I moved here, it's a lot harder to keep tropical plants in Utah, so I, wanted to keep the name because I had fallen in love with it from working with it there. But I just wasn't really doing plants very often anymore. And I might still, you know, because I think that the end goal for this channel is largely going to be just kind of like crafty and cozy. So plants might work their way in there during the spring and summertime. So I just, yeah, it just came across from that. I wanted to keep all of the stuff that I had already made for it because I had been working on the brand for a little while now. I only very recently started crocheting. Like, I've been crocheting almost all, I mean, my grandma taught me to crochet when I was like 10-ish, and I had done it wrong forever. But like, I technically picked it back up in like 2021-ish, and always wanted to work that into my plant shop while I was running the plant shop, and just kind of never did. And now that I have moved and plants aren't really working out for me as much, it just kind of ended up that way. Sounds like a boutique clothing store. 2 or 3 shops in total, but profit of a small company. Thank you. You know, honestly, that's kind of the vibe I was going for, was like a boutique, sort of a boutique feel. So, and I'm hoping that it translates well. All right, so I'm just finishing off this heart real fast, and then we will do the actual tutorial. I just didn't want to like start teaching the pattern as I was finishing up a heart that I had basically already finished. But just so you kind of have an idea of what the end is going to look like, this is what we will be doing. Just like that. So Zark, you're working. I don't want to dox you, but like, I want to ask how work is going without giving away what you do or more than you would like to tell. How is your most awesome job? Right, I'm gonna tuck ends probably at the end. Well, no. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna teach you how to tuck ends real fast because it'll be a minute until we finish the next heart. But so what I do when I'm tucking ends usually is I'll just go right back through, and I like to follow along where like a previous stitch in the same direction would have been. So like, I like to come out of holes that already exist, which I did not do that time, but you get my point. Just kind of make sure it maintains its fluffiness. And then I usually will go back and forth a couple times, but I try and keep it where the yarn already is sitting. So like, we're here at this corner, so I'm going to bring the yarn around to this side. Actually, we're probably closer to that one. So I'll bring it right here, just following along where the yarn already is so that it doesn't look like a unique stitch. Hopefully that makes sense. Pass your certification exam that costs $11,000 and scared the ever-living heck out of you. Oh my gosh, dude. That is so exciting. Congratulations. I know that feel. Is it one that they would have let you retake, though? Working on documentation and workflow engineering improvements because AI nonsense has caused you to age 15 years and my blood pressure to look like someone who doesn't work out. Oh my gosh, I hear you. I don't know if you've had a chance to check out our rules. You're on YouTube, so the rules are not posted, but we are actually an AI-free channel here. No AI used whatsoever. No generative AI. You know, obviously, I feel like AI's place is writing emails, and I think that it should continue to do that. I do think that it should be out of pretty much everything else, all creatives. All right, so there's a heart. We're gonna go ahead and start a fresh one. So this is where y'all are gonna come in and join us. So you're gonna grab both ends of your skein. You can see I've already balled mine up doubled. That's just, I do a lot of my projects doubled worsted because, especially if you're somebody who's looking to eventually sell your work, the larger a project is, generally it has increased perceived value, and so I just like to work in the bulkier yarns myself. It does sort of reduce the resolution of the project, but for a lot of plushies, and I do mostly dolls, honestly, it ends up being just fine, and it ends up looking, in my opinion, a lot cuter because it's a little bit chunkier and a lot thicker of a textile. So I work like this a lot. You're gonna see a lot of this on this channel. I love you more than any combinations of words in the English language. What? That is too much. Too much love. Oh my goodness. Oh, I almost did it without showing the tutorial. So we're gonna do a magic ring. If you guys have not already done a magic ring, I'm gonna do this a couple times for you. So you're gonna take the end of your yarn. I'm gonna try and hold it close together so it's not confusing for any new crocheters. So you're gonna hold your yarn just like this with 2 fingers, right? You're gonna wrap it over the top, and then on the back you're gonna make a little X. That makes sense. Everybody see that? You're parallel on this side. You have a little X on the back. You're gonna take your hook, and we're using the size 6. Take your hook, you're gonna go under the first one, grab the second, and just pull it through and kind of twist. See that? Hopefully you can see that all right. And then you're just gonna do a single or a slip stitch just like that. And that's your magic ring. And you can take it off your hands like that. I usually will, you know, hold it like this to work. You know, I just hold it on my middle 2 fingers and have sort of your sewing machine threaded above it. That's how I do the magic ring. So we're gonna do it one more time. So you're gonna hold it with 2 fingers and your thumb, wrap over the top, parallel on this side, and crossed on the back. You take your hook, go under the first one, grab the second, twist it like this. You're just separating it out, and then slip stitch. Is that easy to see, I hope? And then you've got your magic ring, and you're gonna just go in and do single crochets into this ring, and we'll do that next. Alternatively, if you're not liking the magic ring, there's something else you can do. You can do the regular crochet start. So regular loop, just like this. And instead of doing the special knot, you're just gonna chain 2. So 1, 2, right? And with that chain 2, you're gonna just have the first chain be your loop. You're gonna do all 6 crochets into just that first chain, and it'll end up being about the same. I prefer the magic ring because you can close it up really tight and you don't end up with a hole on the bottom of your project. So one more time, we're gonna do the magic loop. Hold it with 2 fingers, wrap over the top, parallel on the front, crossed on the back, underneath the top, grab the second, twist, and what is this? Slip stitch. So there's your magic loop. Oh, no spam. What are you doing, sir? Zark, are you still a mod? Let's see. Ban, get out of here. No spam. Alright, Zark, let me catch up on stream chat real fast. Let me see. Mikey, welcome back. How are you? Alright, Zarek says, LLMs have good use cases that are non-artistic and artist adjacent, but that's not what the hundreds of billions of dollars of totally not a bubble investment is. I'm glad that you think that. That is a big problem, and I work in finance, for those who don't know, and that is a problem that we're kind of dealing with right now, is trying to figure out whether or not that's going to exist. Zork says, like, there's hospitals that are engineering LLMs that can detect different types of cancer before it's in stage 1, which is awesome. Different genetic conditions. For artist adjacent, it's like rigging a specific model. There's no artist on the planet that enjoys rigging. It's a headache-inducing exercise in patience, but it's also a small use case. Generative AI is utter nonsense and deeply despise it. As someone who knows absolutely nothing about crochet work, that feels easy to follow along. Well, I appreciate you. That actually is really good insight, because I feel like most crocheters are going to kind of know what we're, how to do a magic ring, but I do want to make it very entry level. Mikey, we are talking about the use of AI and how generative AI is nonsense and taking away the soul from art, but that some uses of AI have shown to be relatively fruitful. So, in theory, but I'm on YouTube and not Twitch because the iPad makes me want to throw it. So I hear that, actually. I hate the mobile version is like the worst. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it actually was not too hard. It was actually not too hard to ban the spam. Anyway. Alright, so now that you've got your magic ring, so now that you've got your magic ring, we're gonna do just 6 single crochets, not including the slip stitch we just did. I know that kind of people go back and forth on that with a magic hook. I do not count that first one. It is too hard to get your hook back into, in my opinion. So we're gonna do just 6 single crochets into the magic ring, which, you know, is just regular. Instead of going through a stitch, you're just grabbing the yarn from the top. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Okay, so that's where we're at right now. 6 single crochets into the magic ring on row 1. We're going to use the tail of the magic ring, make sure that this stays out of it, or out of the crochet, and you're just going to pull this tight. And that closes up the ring for you and makes it so that we're working in a circle. So the part that we're working right now is just like the top one, and then we're going to work on the second one, and then we're going to stitch them both together. I find that it often helps me to kind of visualize where we're actually at. You work in a high-tech business and haven't seen AI helping out much. Oh, interesting. I'm curious what business, because I'm in finance, and we have AI that I think is doing good for us, that just kind of goes through our client list. We have an absurdly large client list, and it basically just goes through and makes sure that we don't miss anything that we wouldn't otherwise be looking for, and you know, make sure that we're keeping an eye on everything really easily. So row 2, we're going to do 6 increases. So just regular increases. And you can see the pattern is on the screen there. You guys can follow along. If you get ahead of me, which you very well might, since I'm going to be chatting, the full pattern is in the description below if you're on YouTube. If you are on Twitch, it is in our About section. And it is also posted on Discord. So something else that I like to do is I like to kind of weave the tail in while I'm going. So I'll just kind of like lay it over the top of the crochet stitches that I'm doing. See that? Just kind of hold that in place. You want to make sure it doesn't snag though while you're going. And you can absolutely use a stitch marker if you would like to. For me, I remember when I was making my first couple of hearts, I did kind of have a hard time keeping track of where it started, but generally speaking, you know, it's not too difficult to keep track of 6 stitches. So I will not be using one, but you absolutely can if that would be helpful for you. See, so we've got, and this is how I usually check, is I just check, or I just count in doubles. So this is 1 to stitch, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have not done our 6 yet. And you'll know that it matches up when you've got to 12 and you have gone around once. So, but by all means use a stitch counter, because I realize that what I'm doing is silly. Or a stitch marker. You can use a counter too, I guess, if that's easier for you. You actually wanted to ask, what does the finance world think about massive AI investments going on? You know, it's really, really annoying. 4, 5, one more. It's really annoying because it depends on who you ask. And I hate that it depends on who you ask. Unfortunately, AI is becoming very political. And so a lot of the times people who are pro the current political climate think that it's a really great investment. And as you can imagine, especially in the state of Utah, a lot of investment professionals are supportive of the current political climate. And so you're going to find a lot of agents that think that it's totally fine. And by all means, it might be. That's part of the problem, is that we just don't really know. Row 3, we're just going to do single crochets all the way around. But yeah, we just don't really know what it's going to look like at this point. And it's really hard to... I'm doing yarn over. Oh my gosh. Okay. So from the last project, I usually do yarn under, and from the last project, I had to teach myself to do yarn over again, and I'm now out of the habit of doing yarn under. That's probably fine. I think yarn over will just make kind of a fluffier heart. I am a little worried that it won't match the rest of mine. But whatever method you choose, I think the most important part is that you just stick to that one. Because I think I'm going to go back to yarn under, and it might make this, like this might be significantly larger than the other half because of that, but I think it's probably fine. Mining, your job is to keep the world's largest machines working. Oh, that is awesome. That's sick. That's like the coolest thing I've ever heard. You work in OT, it sounds like. I don't know what OT is. Kirby, hello. Can't stay long, going out soon to shopping and get vitamin D. I love that for you. I love that for you. Always get the vitamins. All right. Yeah, that's gonna bug me. So I usually do yarn under. I'm out of the habit now because of the hat. And I can really see the difference for yarn over. That's fine. All right, so when you get through with round 3, let me edit it on the screen here. When you get through with round 3, you're just gonna fasten it off and cut the yarn just like I did here, and then you pull it through. I didn't like cut, or I didn't tie it or anything. It's still kind of loose, but as long as it should not come undone, you do want to leave a little bit of a tail like this. And then you're just gonna set this aside for a minute. So there's the first one. We're gonna do literally the exact same thing again. So magic ring again. We should be pros at this by now, but I'll show you slow again just in case we need to see it again. So you're gonna hold it with your 2 fingers there, parallel on the front, cross on the back, go underneath, and make sure you're looking at the top of the X when it's, you know, facing you. You're gonna go underneath the first one, grab the second, pull through and twist, and do a slip stitch just like that. Yeah? And then I call this threading the, you know, sewing machine. I don't know if that's a thing or not. My grandma taught me that way, and so that's how I think of it. And then you're gonna do 6 single crochets into the magic ring and follow and do just exactly, oh, except for I'm gonna switch back to yarn under if I can remember to do it. There we go. Yes, that feels better. Yeah, see? Okay. This is a really good example actually of yarn under versus yarn over. Look how much tighter that is than the last time. I don't know if you guys remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's our 6. We're gonna pull it tight. I love you, Kirby. You get hecked. You came across a bomb-ass song dedicated to Iranian protesters, and I love it so much. Girl, okay. Actually, in the Discord, I'm gonna start a channel for like Revolution 2.0 music. I have so many songs that I listen to on a regular basis to remind me what I'm fighting for. If you have good music for that, put it in the Discord. We need that. We're gonna start a playlist. Yes, please give it to me. OT is the parallel to IT. It stands for operational technology and is effectively getting a computer to make stuff move. I love that. Cars and appliances like washing machines and dryers are examples of OT. So I guess, you know, like 3D printing would be considered OT. On a bigger scale, stuff like theme park rides and water treatment plants and nuclear facilities are also OT. That is very insightful. Thank you, Zarek. I appreciate the heck out of you. Always a flippin' pleasure, honestly, when you come into the stream. I think when I saw you chat, I was like, oh, yes! This is gonna be a good stream now. I don't know how you end up in channels like this. Must be relaxing or something. People like me who make a living destroying the earth. I might be grounded somewhere. Hey, you know, we are crocheting. Like, I am crocheting, and anybody who might be watching this channel specifically for the pattern after the live stream has ended is crocheting. But what we are at Rattan and Rose is a place to recharge. And whatever that is for you is what you should bring to the live streams. So I hope that no matter what you're doing, that you're having a little bit of time to recharge and to feel better. I always say, or at least as I started saying when we live streamed for the first time last week, something that I like to say on this channel is you got to bring your joy, whatever that is, whether you're crocheting with us or knitting or painting, or straight up if you are just playing a cozy video game while chatting with us. If your joy is just not doom scrolling, honestly, like that, I aim to create a space for that. And crocheting is what I do to get my mind off of things and everything, but that is not what the whole channel is about. That's not all we do. Have you joined us on Discord yet? You definitely should. Anybody who's watching this, if you have not already joined us on Discord, our link is in the description if you're on YouTube. If you are on Twitch, it is in our About section just below this video. Definitely join us. We have a lot of stuff going on there. Or we will. It's still a new channel, so like bear with me. But I am worried that I'm switching back and forth here. I'm supposed to do that. I am definitely switching back and forth between yarn over and yarn under. That might be a problem. One more. You know, honestly, because this is such a simple pattern, I don't even think mistakes like that, like switching between yarn over and yarn under, are going to be a problem. Like, I think it'll probably be just fine. Amazing news. What? Sorry, Zarek, what's amazing news? I think I'm just getting back to the stream, so I'm not sure when you posted it. I'm sorry. Let's see. Suggest you go relax in a bar, but I don't think they let in minors. Kirby. You are very funny. Your job must rock. Wow, he said. I haven't had social media app installed on my phone or iPad in several years, and it's amazing. Oh, I am very jealous, to be honest. That is super awesome. Absolute menace when it comes to puns. You are. Haven't had a social media app. Oh, I got that double. Just that you're happy. Oh, to have you in the stream chat. Yes, of course. Yeah, when you started chatting, I was like, this is fantastic. Okay, so we are going to skip down. So ignore the kind of not super advanced sort of overlay we've got here. I am still working on getting everything together. My focus right now is just getting the stream going. So as long as things function, I'm pretty much content. All right, so from heart half 2, which is what's still going to be on here, you finished everything on the first go through. We're not going to cut it. If you already cut it, you can do like a fancy tie back together, but we are going to be working from this piece. So from heart half 2, skip 3 stitches on the first half. So you're going to grab the first half. We're going to have it together. It's going to go together like this. So you can see the tails are kind of off to this side. Tails are up off to this side. It's gonna have a little bit of a space. So from this working yarn, we're gonna skip 1, 2, 3 stitches, go into the 4th stitch, just like that. Does that make sense? We're gonna do that again. So from the working yarn of the first piece, we're gonna skip 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches, or we're gonna skip 3, go into the 4th, just like that. And with the working yarn, not the tail, we're going to just do a single crochet. Just like that. Does that make sense to everybody? All right, so we're going to do 9 total single crochets. So this is 1, 2. And an easier way to think about this is it's just going to bring us around to the tail on the other side. But you do kind of want to hold the tail tight since it is still loose. You're going to do your 9 single crochets. That's 7. All right, and you can see it's kind of loosening up a little bit. I like to kind of hold this down to the side here. That's 7, or sorry, that's 8. This is 9. You want to hold that tail real tight. It's going to try and come out. Just like that. So you're stacked a little bit. You see that? So now on this side, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to skip 3 stitches from the working from where it's connected. So skip 1, 2, 3, insert in the 4th, and do 9 more single crochets exactly like we did before. There's 1. Oh, I keep doing yarn over. 2, 3. So crazy how an entire habit can just be gone. You changed it just once. 8 and 9. All right, so we are fully connected there. What we're going to do now is use the tail from the first piece. Here, I'm going to pull this away so it's not messing with the microphone. We're going to use the tail from the first piece and stitch the 2 halves together. First time you ended up here, you came from a chainsaw restoration stream. I remember that. That was super funny. Alright, so you want to line this up because it kind of gets askew a little bit, but you want to line up just the 3 skipped stitches on both so you're going in, keeping it organized there. And we're just gonna sew these 2 together. You can do it however you like. I like to kind of do, you know, just the closest halves so they kind of stay fluffy, but you can go through the whole stitch if that's easier for you. So you can see I'm just going through the V here and out from the other side, just sewing these 2 pieces together. Just like that. And then to tie it off, you can tie it however you like. What I usually do is I'll just remove half of this. This is another reason why I like to use doubled yarn, but you know, just any way to tie it off. I'll take one and just go through a different piece and then tie it just like that. Just like that. Perfect. And now we have got a little butt, which, you know, as you know, is halfway to love, halfway to the heart. So there we go. We're flipping on the move. So we're going to tuck tails here. Just kind of keep them in there, and we're going to get back to our crocheting. All right, so we are on round. Whoops. Let me grab the right piece of my overlay here. We are on round 5. Moving up. All right, there is the next bit of the pattern that we'll be working with. So we're just going to do 3 single crochets and then a decrease, and then 7 single crochets across the side, another decrease, and 4 single crochets to get back to where we are. Depending on, you know, your size, basically the thing you want to just keep in mind is you want the decreases. That should be where it's at this point if your tension is similar to mine. If your tension is different than mine, basically you just want to make sure that the decreases are on the outside edges of the heart. So let's see, we're going to be doing ours here because that's lined up with the outside edge. So that's what we're going to be doing on this round. You actively yearn for the AI bubble to pop like a lit match on the Hindenburg. Honestly, I just want to be sure about things again. It's really hard in the finance industry to give really solid advice right now, and I know a lot of people would be like, I don't know, a lot of people would say that the reason I struggle with that is because I'm new to the industry, which might be true, but honestly, I feel like it's what's the word? Dishonest to pretend that your politics doesn't have anything to do with how you feel about that. You know what I mean? And I don't want to bring politics into that. And when you remove the politics, it's very unsure. It's very weird. Bitcoin is going crazy right now in a bad way. It's hit all-time lows yesterday. As somebody who, you know, has some Bitcoin, that's very, very concerning for me, which is crazy because I knew I should have moved it out, but I didn't. So here I am. But, you know, and Bitcoin is largely reflective of the tech stocks. And if people are uncertain about that because of AI, then like it's really, really hard to tell what is real and what you can tell people and what is honest versus your opinion of the world. And it's a tough business right now. Mikey stayed because of mindset, you think? Good. I'm glad. It's important. Very, very important. Come for the joy, stay for the sillies. I like that. Silly jokes. Sillies, yes. Is that, I hope that's not slang or something outside of America. Alright, so there is our round 5. We did our decreases at the far sides. We should have 16 loops now. And then this part is really easy. From this point forward until the heart is done, we're just going to be doing 2 single crochets and then a decrease all the way around. I marked the rounds to make sure that you can like kind of keep up with it if you get stuck or lost. But honestly, it's just the rule at this point is you just 2 single crochets and then an invisible decrease until you only have 6 loops left and can't decrease further. So I am going to show you an invisible decrease real fast. So invisible decrease, basically the point that what we're trying to do here is we're going to turn these 2 stitches, we want it to just be 1. We're decreasing. Now a traditional decrease, you would go through the hook like, or through the loop like normal, grab the yarn, and go through the second one, grab some more yarn, and then pull it all the way through, and that would be a decrease. You've turned these 2 stitches into 1. But the thing is with that is it makes it kind of chunky. You can see the double, you know, the too many yarn pieces. So the invisible decrease, if you're not familiar, goes like this. We're going to be going through just the front half of that loop, and then just the front half of the next loop, and do a single crochet. And that is called an invisible decrease because it looks almost indistinguishable from just a regular single crochet. It doesn't add any extra bulk or anything, and it just reduces the number of stitches without being too obvious that that is what has happened. So that is what I mean when I say decrease. We're doing 2 single crochet and then decrease until we have decreased so many times that we only have 6 working stitches in our loop. So that is what we were doing. Super easy. Ever thought about finance stream? That is actually very, very heavily regulated in America, and I am not able to do that, unfortunately. I think, you know what? There are probably ways around that because the firm I work for, the firm I work with, is very, they break a lot of rules with permission, and they've done a lot of good being the first ones to do XYZ that wasn't usually allowed. Frankinator Gaming, thank you so much for joining us. How are you, my friend? Oh, I'm so glad that you have come back to talk with us. It's been like 6 years since I've streamed last, and I am so glad to see everybody from the old days coming back. But I probably could do like a personal finance stream or something like that. The only problem is I would not be able to give any sort of investment advice, and the advice that I could give would only be relevant in America. So, but just the SEC, which is the regulatory authority for securities and investments, is very, very against us just like talking about how to invest willy-nilly because they want to make sure that it's regulated, that we're telling the truth, and that we're not, you know, just getting a bunch of people to buy stocks to elevate our own stock, you know what I mean? Which happens and is fraud, and you're not supposed to do that. So it's very, very heavily regulated. I would like to do something like that. I could probably do like a personal finances thing. And then if you guys are just getting here, when you get to about this point in the heart where you could just barely fit a finger there, this is when you want to start stuffing it. So I have polyfill here is what I use. I have a whole box of it because I was sick of buying the little things of polyfill, and I figured I make enough plushies that I should probably buy a box. So that is where I'm at in my crochet journey. But I also collect bits from all of my projects. I don't like throwing these away because I can't do it. So I use this in lieu of polyfill as well, and it's super nice. I just keep it in a little Ziploc bag, which you can see we have emptied for this project, which is exciting. I'm out of scraps now. I have effectively used all of my scraps. 0 waste. Very exciting. For next Tuesday on the 9th anniversary of Bendy and the Ink Machine Chapter 1, all 3 games on Steam are singular $7 bundle until the 16th. Nice! Ink Machine, Dark Revival, and Lone Wolf are now 90% off. That is very exciting. I need to, I'm pretty sure I already own all of those, but definitely get the word out. If you guys have not played those games, they are excellent. Right, need a little bit more there, so we're going to switch to polyfill, and then we're just going to keep going. So we have stuffed firmly, and I'll move up. We're just going to keep going until there are only 6 stitches remaining. And that's working stitches. So right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're probably gonna, so we need to go until we've done 4 more decreases, which will give us a total of 6 stitches. So there's 2 singles and a decrease, and we're just gonna keep on. All right. Just about finished. I like this size. I did the smaller ones with just the 1 strand of yarn before, and I wasn't happy with the size. It ended up being, as you can imagine, it ended up being about half this size, which was a little bit disappointing for the work that you put into it. I mean, 20 minutes isn't long, but you know, you're specifically doing tiny crochet, you want it to end up being something. Maybe this is just me, but I prefer working with chunky yarns because I like when my finished project is like a sizable completed project. All right, so you can see, my goodness, hair everywhere. I'm shedding like crazy. So you can see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 working stitches left here. So we're gonna pull our yarn out a little bit and cut it. Right. Just like that. Make sure you like the stuffing. Probably still get some in there if you wanted to stuff it more, but I'm happy with that shape. So then we're going to thread our needle and just sew it closed. So I go through the first half, the front half of each loop with my needle, just from the bottom, or from, your hand out, just like this. And when you do it like this, it ends up making a really nice sort of reverse magic circle look, because it pulls all of those bits together really nicely. Just like that. See how that kind of looks like a magic circle? It brings it together very clean. You're waiting for the cage news next week. Oh, that would be a good time for it. I mean, since you're coming up on an anniversary. Right, and then again, to tie it off, I just take 1 strand and go through 1 more loop, tie it off like this. All right, so there we have our little heart. We're gonna tuck all of the ends here. And I like to just kind of go in, like I was saying, try and stick to where the yarn already is. Just like that. Came in a little too far there. And then just kind of tuck that in. Just like that. Ta-da! And we have made our first heart. So to thread these on, I'll show you how I do it to make it so that they're not too top heavy. So we've got ours that we're working with here. All right, camera. Oh, just ruined everything. This is our working piece here. This is approximately how long I want it. I cut the size that I wanted it to be in advance, which I probably should not have done, honestly. But I did. because I have been tying these on individually as I go. So, but you can probably just keep it attached to your skein and just thread as you go if you would prefer. So you want to make sure that you don't put these through, like you would be inclined to kind of put it through the middle here. But if you do that, the top will be too heavy, and then when you go to hang it, it will flip, and that is not hard. So you want to thread it through. I've been doing just on the top with the magic loops. I've been doing just to the side of this magic loop. And then all the way through to the opposite side of the opposite magic loop. And having it up high like that makes it so that it will, when it's suspended, hang right side up. Does that make sense? So that is what I have been doing. And then you can do however you like with your spacing. But what I have been doing, I have been spacing them out about 4 fingers. So I'll just put my hand on that. That's about where I want the heart to be. Just like that. And then to keep them from sliding around so you don't have to adjust them every time you take out or take them out of a box or whatever, I just kind of take my needle and do just a little tie. Like I just grab, let's see, I want to make one that doesn't mess with the design of it, but you just grab a stitch just like that. Can you see that well? Grab a stitch and I just do a little tie here like that. Right? So we're just tying it off. I realize this looks more complicated than it is because the string is so long, but does that make sense? We're just tying it in place, and that way it can't slide anymore. There. All right, so we're coming along a little bit here. I have a big space that I'm trying to cover, so that's why mine are 4 fingers apart. You can do yours denser, of course, if you'd like, but make sure you have some form of measurement so that you can keep them consistent. And then tying them off just keeps them frozen, so it stays that way. All right, so there we go. That is the whole project, and you just repeat as many times for as many hearts as you want, for as much space as you want to cover. We are going to be making 44 of these, so I'm going to switch to red now, which will hopefully be a little bit easier for people to see. So I'm going to take our project, put it back here on the dock. We're going to take a little bit of a water break also between hearts. That's what we'll do. Between hearts, we're going to take a quick water break. So stay hydrated, friends. It is a really great stress ball. There actually is a really cute anatomically correct crochet heart. Oh, whose is it? I think it's Club Crochet. I would have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's Club Crochet. Has a really adorable anatomically correct heart that is not actually that like fancy. Like it's still very simple and very easy to follow along, and it still gets the shape really nice, which I was impressed. All right, so we're gonna be switching to this red. I have a harder time working with these larger skeins, so I think what we're gonna do, oh my goodness, this is all of the medium pink that we have left. I'm kind of wondering if I could even get one more heart out of that. You know, we're gonna put red on hold for a second. I'm gonna see if I can get one more heart out of this. We're gonna try that. I don't think we will, but we'll see. Kim, hello! Cute earrings, yes, thank you. I'm a patriot today, because I'm angry. It's time for you to yeet. Take your pet rock out for a walk. Thank you so much, Kirby. I appreciate you coming and saying hi. And hopefully you can circle back later if you'd like. Oh my gosh, guys, I totally forgot. We've had like a ton of follows. I just want to thank those guys. While we were offline, we were offline for a couple days, and in that time, I just wanted to thank Rumi Grant, Terry Wise, thank you so much for the subscription, Stephanie M, Nona Doe, Honey Jax, and Linda Romanowski. Thank you so much for the subscription and for following. And anybody who's watching right now, if you have not already, like, comment, subscribe. Hit the bell icon to get notified when we go live. We go live every Friday. We're going to probably stick to these later hours, the 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. This is going to be our regular time. Assuming that the lighting works well tonight. We're going to double check. But I think I would prefer this time if the lighting works out for us. If you have not already, join our Discord with the link below in the description, or if you are on Twitch, you can find it in our About section below the video as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and get back to it. And for those who don't know, Kim Jo 4120 made these earrings for me. And yes, I am wearing my patriotic stuff today because I, despite everything, I'm a very proud American. And unfortunately, that is triggering for some people because of certain people who have taken American pride to an extreme that does not represent us, in my opinion. I am a very proud American, and because of that, I have a huge problem with fascists being in charge, which I realize is crazy, apparently. But I'm sick of pretending that I'm not a proud American, because I am. I love this place, and I love being here. And I hate that that means that I must also be racist. I hate that those things are becoming synonymous with each other. And so I'm trying to kind of bring some, bring some legitimacy back to being a proud American and being against the government because I'm a proud American. Because holy cow, is that not our culture? Our culture should be being against the government, shouldn't it? All these people toting the Second Amendment rights, and here's their friggin' opportunity. Like, it's a Second Amendment fan's wet dream. Finally, a fascist government. And yet, nothing is happening. And for some reason, those ones are the patriots, and I just don't understand it. So, that is why I'm decked out in my political defiance stuff. There. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna try with what's left of our yarn to get just one more heart out of this one. I don't know that it's gonna be possible, but we're gonna try. And if it doesn't work, maybe I'll take out the doubled yarn and just make one little baby one. Except for I want them all to be the same, but it might be fun to make a baby one just for fun. Sorry, moving stuff around for just a second. There we go. I'm kind of ruining my desktop setup, but while we have a moment of silence, I wanted to bring up something that somebody mentioned to me recently. So, if you are on our Discord or Twitch, you have probably seen our rules. No AI, no ice, no kings, no name calling, and that we are bipartisan. And of course a couple other little ones like no spam, no excessive swearing, stuff like that. But I had somebody ask me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had somebody ask me recently how it's possible that we can claim to be bipartisan. Bipartisan meaning that we appeal to both Democrats and Republicans, or that we're trying to be welcoming of both. Kim Jo could only pop in for a moment, got to do some things at work. All right. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I will make you a garland. That sounds fun. All right, so somebody asked me recently how it's possible that we can claim to be bipartisan and have a rule for no name calling, but can still call fascists bootlickers, which that is in the rules. You can do that. And I'm sure most people don't have an issue with calling fascists bootlickers, but I can see why you would wonder how it's possible to have that work into our community's culture and how we can be anti-Trump, but also bipartisan. So I just wanted to kind of discuss for a second once I figure out what I'm doing. I'm a little distracted. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So this concept makes sense in my head, but it's kind of hard to explain. Like, is in my head, being a Republican and being a fascist are not the same thing. And I know that there's a lot of sensationalized news that would have us believe that they are. A lot of news from the left that would have us believe and feel that way. And frankly, super fair. Super fair to feel that way. I totally understand. But so as I was kind of thinking about this, and as I was kind of trying to decide how I felt about this, and how to put it into words, I whittled it down to what I believe to be kind of the ultimate equation for this. And so here, I am going to show you this equation. Bear with me one moment. Let me get a pen. All right. Here's how it makes sense for me. All right, so here's the equation that's kind of in my head. So, sound ethics. All right, sound ethics. Can you see that well? Okay. Plus, how would we say this? Let's say a truthful understanding of current events. All right, so sound ethics plus a truthful understanding of current events can never equal support for Trump or ICE. Bear with me before the outrage settles in. Let me write this a couple of different ways, or let me kind of guide this conversation a little bit. So these are the kind of three pieces. We've got sound ethics, a truthful understanding of current events, and support for Trump and ICE. Now you can have any of the two of these things, but it will change the outcome of the third thing. So if you have support for Trump ICE and a truthful understanding of current events. So support for Trump ICE plus a truthful understanding for current events. That means you are knowingly devoid of ethics and morally corrupt. These are your people. These are ICE agents. These are high-level politicians on both sides. Yes, both sides. These are white supremacists, etc. People like that. On this channel, it is morally correct to bother these people. The ones who support Trump and also have a truthful understanding of current events. Absolutely seek them out and tell them they should stop eating their boogers. It is morally correct to bully these bootlickers. On the other side, let's talk about the other two, or the other option, or there's two types of people in the other option. Now, you could support Trump and ICE and genuinely believe that you have sound ethics, right? So maybe this is you. Maybe you support Trump and ICE and you have sound ethics. What that means is that you don't have a clear picture of current events. Now, this may or may not be these people's fault. These are the people who say that they're trying to stay out of it, that violence makes me sad, there's nothing I can do to stop it. We call this group silently siding with the oppression. When people say silence is siding with the oppression, this is what they're talking about. People who support, they have sound ethics, but they're not consuming enough media to be aware of what's going on because it makes them uncomfortable. Alternatively, people who fall into this category may be actively listening to current events and often think they do have a clear vision. These are the ones who will say, the Biden admin did this too. What about all the good that Trump has done? That's not really, or they'll say like, that's not really happening, or you're exaggerating. And these ones we call victims of propaganda. Well, Natalie, how do you know you're not the victim of propaganda? Somebody asked me this recently, actually, when I suggested that Fox News might be propaganda. I was accused of being the one consuming propaganda. And the truth is, I am. I see propaganda all the time. All the time. From both sides. Yes, both. Propaganda is also bipartisan. I think that it's important to kind of figure out for yourself where you stand here. Which two of these things do you believe you have? Because you can't have all three. You have to pick two and assess which one is missing. If you believe that you have a genuinely truthful understanding of current events and you still support Trump, you might need to go and check into your ethics. You might need to go to church and make sure that it lines up. You might need to make sure that you actually like people and that you're not a racist. If you're pretty sure you love people, you're pretty sure you're not a racist, but you still support Trump, you might need to look into whether or not you're getting the whole story. So let's talk about propaganda for a second. This is a lot of fun, right? This is the part of the stream everybody comes for. So, What's important about Fox News, and Zork has a comment real fast, what if Fox News isn't propaganda, is a wild statement regarding an organization that lost nearly, let me count zeros, $1 billion lawsuit regarding them outright lying about voting fraud. Fox News is active, knowing, and malicious propaganda. I agree. So we're going to go through a little bit of a practice, a little bit of a brain teaser, so to speak, on how to make sure that you are not seeing propaganda, or making sure that you can recognize it when you see it. And honestly, this is going to be a lot for my people on the left who are consuming media that are not Fox News, because we know that Fox News is. And that's the thing, is if your news source is Fox News, then you know you're getting bad information, then you might have an ethics issue rather than a news issue. Does that make sense? Like, if you're not willing to consume other media, even though you know Fox News is biased, that's an ethics issue, not a current events issue. So look into that. So let's talk about some common signs that you're seeing propaganda. So one of the first things that you'll notice is that propaganda pushes emotions before facts. And I'm not saying that they physically tell you how to feel before giving you the facts. That is not always propaganda. It's what they're pushing. They want you to feel a certain way, or they want you to know something. Usually they will not go with the want you to know something. They're pushing how you feel about something. A lot of what is going on in the world should make you angry. And so when somebody says, when you're watching, you know, somebody live react to something that happened, them starting the conversation with, I am so angry, you should be angry too, not necessarily propaganda yet. This is just an eyewitness. This is just an opinion that somebody carries. So, you know, you have to kind of look into, like, what are they pushing? Are they pushing you feeling a certain way, or are they pushing you learning something from their content? And you want to make sure that you're, you know, in control of your emotions. Make sure that you came to that emotion on your own and that they didn't reference it and set the stage for you to be that emotion first. Another one is that it oversimplifies very complex issues as good and evil. I'm going to give you a couple examples that I have seen. On Fox News, they referenced being a liberal woman as being evil. Being a liberal woman. That is so vague and so silly. That's propaganda. I will tell you what's not propaganda. Eating babies being evil. That is not propaganda. That is true. Eating babies is evil. Being a liberal woman, maybe not. On this sort of note, beware phrases like they always blank or they never blank. They always say they. I just said they. I'm talking about propaganda users specifically. Things like, this proves once and for all XYZ. And all of that kind of, these conclusions that are come to that are definitive when it is actually a complex issue. Propaganda often relies on vague groups. Kind of ties into the last point that I was making. They often get people to be suspicious of an ambiguous threat. The government is one that the left uses a lot. The government. The right uses protesters and Antifa, which if you guys don't know Antifa, it was recently called a terrorist organization, but Antifa is actually not an organization. It has no leaders. It is a description. Antifa, much like democracy, is simply a political alignment that is anti-fascist. So to say Antifa is a terrorist is to simply say anybody who uses that word to describe themselves is a terrorist, even though it is not trackable, it is not, it's very ambiguous. Another common one is the media, and they without telling who you're talking about. Those are big ones. Another thing that propaganda will do is cherry picking facts. Most of what is spread on the news is kind of true. It's at least a little bit true, and it's based on facts. But they will only show extreme examples. They're often missing historical context, and they'll show statistics without any kind of scale or sharing any sources. It's very, very common with propaganda. So, here's like a quick list for how to test for propaganda when you're watching something. Okay, ready? So when you're consuming media, ask yourself first, who created this? Was it an individual or an organization? What are their credentials? What do they, like, why can I trust them? Why should I trust them? Why are they trying to get me to trust them? Who is this person that's talking to me? The next question would be, how is this making me feel? Is this true or is it sensationalized? Do a little bit of fact checking. There's obviously a lot of fact checking that goes into potential propaganda. But specifically, being aware of how it makes you feel. And then once you've sort of figured that out, 1, 2, 3, there's 4. Once you figured out how it's making you feel, you have to ask yourself, who benefits if I believe this? Like, if I believe this, who will that benefit? Would believing this content align me more with my core and spiritual beliefs? Or would it take me away from those things? Who benefits if I decide to believe this? It's a very, very important question. All right, let me check myself here before I wreck myself. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay, the next one. Oh, no, that is the tail. Okay. I was like thinking I was working with the wrong one here. That just actually is the end. So we definitively do not have enough yarn on this one to make another heart. That's all right. I will frog this later. It's gonna live over there for now. We're gonna move to red. So the other thing, more stuff on this. So who benefits? So it's who created this? What is this making me feel? Who benefits if I believe this? Another one is, what information is missing? Like, what is it that they're telling the story of that I need more details on, that they're trying to either not share or unintentionally leaving out? Because that happens. We're using a large skein, so I'm going to just kind of chuck this on the floor, because that's what we do with our large skeins. Yeah, so what information is missing? Can I find this story corroborated by other outlets and perspectives? So even if you are not somebody who usually consumes other types of media, can I find this story? Can you find it? Like, can it be corroborated at all? Whether they use a different tone or you're confident that the place, that the other place is propaganda, that the other guys are propaganda, make sure that you can find the story in other places. And make sure that it can be proven true. And also, the last one that's very important, I would say, is, does this content allow space for nuance, or does it demand loyalty? Let me kind of talk about nuance here. I'm talking about, if something is true, if an outlet is giving true information, they are not generally going to try and get you on their side for things. They might be trying to educate and they might be trying to open your eyes, but they usually will not demand loyalty. There is room for a varying level of understanding and life experience to consume this content and still make a decision about whether or not you're going to accept it. If it does not allow for that nuance, then, and it's demanding loyalty, it may be propaganda. So I think the most important thing to take away from this is, I think the biggest things, if you only remember a couple things from this, is who made this, how is it making me feel, and who benefits if I decide to feel this way. If I decide to believe this is true, who benefits? So thank you for coming to my TED Talk on propaganda. Because the truth is, the left does have propaganda, and I think that a lot of people are starting to kind of see that, and they're starting to notice that, and we have a lot of people who are really pushing for seeking out eyewitness testimony, which I think is a smart thing to do. You have to understand, with eyewitness testimony, it is usually very emotional, and because of that, it is still a very good idea to seek out alternative resources that are telling the same story and make sure that everything is true. But eyewitnesses are often going to be at least trying to be honest. Believe the victims is what I'm getting at here. So yeah, that is how I feel about, so going back to the original question, how is it possible to have a bipartisan stream that is also anti-Trump? Because there are multiple reasons why you would be pro-Trump. And we do not, oh, that's the other thing. We do not make fun of the people who are victims of propaganda or who are staying silent. Neither of those are good things, and at the end of the day, they are responsible for their silence. But I think what's really, really important is that when you are trying to get people to see the light, when you need people to change their minds about how they feel about something, you cannot make fun of them to get them to do that. We can call fascists bootlickers, people who support Trump and do have a clear picture of what's going on in the world because they lack ethics and morals. Those people you can make fun of. They're just terrible. They're terrible. But make sure you know what type of person you're talking to. People who support Trump for lazy reasons, such as not doing the research or not making sure that the information that you're collecting is true. We need to provide space for those people to learn, regret, and change their mind. We have to provide space for those people to change their minds. Because what we want at the end of the day is for everybody to see that this is happening. And if we are calling people who are just being lazy about their media fascists, it will push them away from resistance into the arms of the problem. And we can't be doing that. So that is how we can be bipartisan. and accepting, while still not allowing people to support violence and, figuring out where that line is. So, great question from somebody on one of the videos that we posted before. I believe it was part 2. There's the answer. That said, I do want to invite everybody who isn't already in our Discord to join our Discord again. I know I've mentioned it a couple of times. I wanted to kind of talk about what I hope that Discord will eventually be. What we've got kind of going on right now is, I just realized if I have the yarn down there, I'm kind of not on camera. I might need to fix this. But what I hope for the Discord to eventually be is a resource for things like that. I would love to have a place where people can have bipartisan conversations about whether or not something is propaganda, whether or not something is true, whether this is reflected on both sides of the table, and stuff like that. So we do have many channels in our Discord for those kind of things. We're going to have a calendar of events, major events, such as the shutdown was in there, and major voting deadlines, protests, national events, stuff like that are going to be in there. We're also going to put phone numbers, and this is all being built, so bear with me, but this is the vision. We're going to have phone numbers and potential scripts, like example scripts, for ways to call your representatives and how to ask for specific things. We're going to have all of that in there. In fact, I would like to start doing that on stream one of these days. I just have not been able to get the overlay set up for that yet, and I want to be ready when we start doing it. I want to make sure that we've got it. So, what else? I want to have a bunch of resources on there for people who just want to get involved but haven't been able to find clear information on it. Are going to have that kind of stuff. So, but there will also be a separated, like all of that stuff will be separate from the Discord. It'll be in its own little like sub part of the channel. Because first and foremost, what this channel is for is providing space for people to recharge and to gather their thoughts about things that are going on, to form a community with like-minded people who also just are feeling a lot of feelings and just wanting to kind of ground ourselves and make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. Because I think that a lot of people I've spoken to about current events, often a response that I'll get is just that, I can't watch it anymore. It's just too depressing. I'm too sad. And that is so fair. So fair. In fact, I'm sure a lot of people on this stream right now are just kind of done talking about it, and I totally understand. But I think that it's important that we realize that in a world that wants us depressed, that needs us to be tired, finding time for art and community is, in a way, it is resistance. Finding time for joy and community is fighting fascism. And I feel like, if we can create a sort of space where that is commonplace, where that feels good for people, if we could actually accomplish this vision that I have I think that it would mean a lot to me, definitely, as an opportunity to kind of get my thoughts out. You know, the stream, it did kind of start as me just needing to talk about all of the BS that's going on, and sitting here crocheting and not having any idea, you know, what I'm accomplishing, or, you know, just needing to feel like I was a part of a community. And so I hope that that ends up being true for others, and that people are able to find community here, or that they will as this channel continues to grow. So if any of that sounds good, or if you have opinions, like, my opinions are definitely not the correct ones, so I'm sure people have opinions on what I said. Definitely leave a comment, and you know, as long as, you know, disagreement is allowed here. It is bipartisan. It's just, you know, that's where the rule of no name calling comes in, is when we disagree, we just disagree civilly. And if you find yourself accusing somebody of something, probably not welcome here. But other than that, disagreements will absolutely be left up on the channel. If you want to ask questions, or if you have opinions, please do share. And feel free to join our Discord as well. Alright, let's get focused back on our hearts here. So this yarn, I think this is Red Heart. I don't really like it. Switching tones quite a bit here, but bear with me. It's a much scratchier, like, I'm kind of inclined to call it, to just blame it for being acrylic, but I know that, like, most of what I work with is acrylic. So I don't think that's the problem, so much as I think this yarn is just it's like a very scratchy acrylic, almost. I'm not really sure. I don't love it. The Loops and Threads is the acrylic yarn that I use the most, and it's very soft. Like, I like that compared to this. I guess I don't dislike it. I don't like it. I really don't. But it's fine. Like, it's getting the job done. Just wanted to review that just a little bit, because I don't buy this kind very often. I don't even know. I think it was just the closest perfect color match to this dress for this doll that I made that you may not be able to see because the lighting is starting to get bad. But I think that's why we ended up getting it. I may even have gotten it from Walmart. 2, 3, 4. But yeah. There's my 3 cents on Red Heart yarn. I don't know, maybe it's a very specific type of Red Heart yarn. Maybe I shouldn't, you know, call out the entire brand here, but it also it doesn't have a lot of give, and I have a hard time working with cotton for the same reason. Like, it's very, very stiff, and I have a particularly tight tension, and it just doesn't work with me as well. Because when one of us has a tight tension, the other one needs to let up. And this yarn is not letting up. It's not letting me be stubborn. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think this kind of goes into what we were talking about on the Ice Hat stream too, about just kind of like having different kinds of projects like this is what makes you a better crocheter. Like being able to adapt your tension and hand and how you hold the yarn to the type of yarn so that you can work with it nicely instead of working against it, like I am totally doing right now. I think that's what makes, you know, a higher level crocheter, is being able to do that kind of stuff. And I just am just realizing that, I think, because I just got so comfortable with my specific yarn and my specific tension and my specific types of projects. So that's something cool that this stream has sort of caused me to grow quite a bit. Just based on that, and we've only done 2 projects. I've been like specifically avoiding this yarn because of it. I think I've had this skein since before Christmas, and it's still almost a full skein. Alright, so we're doing decreases here. I need to stitch this still. I went a little further than I was supposed to, so now it's kind of hidden. We still got this though. We got this. Alright, so just going through 1/2 of both sides. You see that there. Make sure the lighting is okay. So I'm doing 1/2 of that stitch, 1/2 of this stitch, and pulling tight. And you do that in all 3 of the skip stitches. For the next heart, I think I'll probably do tutorial mode on every other heart, so that if anybody is joining us later, if anybody is joining late, we'll have a couple of opportunities to learn how to do it here. All right. Lovely. There we go. Oh, except for I think that's my decrease right there. So we're gonna grab this one instead. So now we're doing decreases at the 2 edges. Let me... There we go. So we're decreasing at the 2 edges, making sure that they're at the far side of the heart, and then just going through here. So I think I'm at, what, 17 or 18 hearts now? Right, this is going to be our decrease. Now we are moving to row 6. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2. And then decrease. So after we have a red heart, I think we'll have enough to kind of string quite a few, because I've got all of the other colors already done. So we'll finish this one. And maybe, so we'll finish this one and then do a walkthrough of the next one. And then we'll string them on. Oof, before we do that, I might need to take a lunch break though. Geez, you can see my tension is too tight. Like, can you see that I'm fighting with this? My word. So I think is that a decrease? Like, that one's my decrease, and then 1, 2, we're almost there. We're gonna do this decrease, and then we're going to get our polyfill. I need like a yarn spinner, so I don't have to fight with the larger skeins. I have the little bowl thing, which is nice for like when I've wound my own yarn balls, but not super convenient for like full skeins. But I guess like full skeins, you're kind of supposed to just pull it as it is, so I don't know if that's a them problem or a me problem. Here, nice. Almost used up all of my polyfill fluff. So I think after this heart, we're gonna take a super quick break. A self-care break, if you will. And then when we come back, we will trying to decide if we're gonna make another heart, like do a tutorial heart next, or if we're gonna just string what we've got. Trying to decide. Alright, I think that's us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, one more time. There we go. This will be the last one. Nice. Alright. I cut this. Nice. There we go. That's like a solid heart. My word. All right, there's 2, 3, 3. I should have made this tail longer. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I probably could have stuffed that one a little bit more, but that's all right. I don't want them to be too thick, especially with the darker yarns, because you don't want the polyfill to peek through. Oh, I was really hoping that was going to come off. There we go. Nice. Here we are. Beautiful. Alrighty. Oh boy. So we're gonna take just a super quick break. I need to get me some food, refill my water, grab some more polyfill, and we will be back in, I'm thinking, 10 or 15 minutes. So bear with us just a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, that was a little bit longer of a break than I was originally intending on making, but I never allow myself enough time to actually make lunch and also eat it, so our breaks might be closer to that 20-minute mark than just the 10. Is that my lamp? Yeah. Alright. Let's see. So we're gonna string. Now that we've made a bunch of hearts, we're gonna go ahead and string them on our garland. Where did I just put mine? Alright, so you're gonna want to get a bit of yarn that you want for the string. I picked brown. Some people use twine, is fun. But I just picked a brown because I thought that it went nice with the pink. You're gonna want to get yourself like you kind of measure out the space that you want to put the garland on. I'm making mine fairly long because we're putting 44 hearts on this thing. So you're gonna string the yarn onto your darning needle like this. And then if it's fairly long, you kind of want to double it up quite a bit, so I'm gonna pull mine out. Oh, I've got a knot. There we go. All right, and so the pattern I'm doing is sparkly heart, white, darker pink, red. So I'm going in. You can put it anywhere you want, but you want to make sure that if you put it too low, it'll be top heavy, and when you try and hang it, it'll flip upside down. So you want to put it up on the higher sides here. I put it right next to the magic loop, just on the far end of the first magic loop, and then over to the opposite side. Magic loop, just like that. See that? And then the distance I've been doing on mine is about like a little bit more than 4 fingers, so it's like 4 fingers with slack, as you can see there, is what I've been doing. So get it where you want it, and then take your needle again, and you're gonna want to pick a strand here, just right underneath where it came out, and we're just gonna tie it. So we're gonna go underneath this little strand here, and then through the loop. That's gonna make just a nice, simple, but firm tie, so that when you're putting this in boxes and taking it out of storage and moving it around, that the heart can't slide. So you won't just end up with like a ton of yarn. So there's that. Right? Perfect. Just like that. We're gonna string a couple more. So next for me is gonna be the sparkly pink. I'm gonna go in this side there, out this side. About 4 fingers and tie it off. Oops, missed my loop on that one. I'm just gonna grab it again. There we go. Oh my goodness. Ooh, this one is making a little bit of a mess. I've got the slack pulled too far, I think. I'm having a hard time figuring out which part of this. There we go. There's the tie right there. Nice. And then next is going to be the white. Let me adjust the tension here. All right, a white heart. Same thing through one magic circle to the other magic circle. Just like that, and tie it off. And through the loop. Nice. And then I always kind of, so when you got the tie done, it always kind of sticks out there. I just sort of adjust it a little bit so the tie is just kind of either flush or hidden. Just like that. If that makes sense. All right, and then a darker pink. There we go, space it out. It feels nice to have to adjust where this tail is because you know you're making progress. Come into that stitch and tie it off. Just like that. And then hide it. See, there's the knot there. I'm just gonna hide it a little bit. And refluff the heart. All right, so the next one is going to be another red, which we don't have, so we're gonna make another red real fast. So we'll put this to the side, but that is how you string them. And stringing them up high like that makes it so that when they're suspended, they hang properly. So you definitely want to test that before you commit to a place to string them from. All right, we'll put that there. Hide these away for a minute. So I think in order to get 44 heart, pretty easy one, I just need to do 11 of each color. I definitely don't have 11 reds, so we'll probably just practice our red game for today. All right, so this time I'm going to do another tutorial for anybody who is joining us late. Scroll back up to, whoops. Trying to fix our pattern here. All right, there we are. So we're going to make a magic ring. If anybody doesn't know how to do that, I'm going to go ahead and go over it now. So you're going to hold, you can see I'm using doubled up yarn. I'm just going to start from the beginning. I'm using doubled up yarn. This makes it a little bit thicker and larger, which is a good way to get size without having like a million stitches. So I've doubled up my yarn, but if you're not doing that, you're just going to treat it, I'm going to hold it tight so it kind of treat this as one yarn. So you're going to hold your end like this with 2 fingers. And you're going to cross in front, or you're going to go parallel in front and cross in the back like that. All right, so you're gonna hold it with 2 fingers, wrap up the top, parallel on the back, X on the top. And then with this, you're gonna use the top of the X, not the bottom or the center, but on the top of the cross here. You're going to go underneath the first set, grab the second set, and twist it around like that. So we'll do that one more time. With the X here, you're going to go under the first, grab the second, and just pull it through, and then just right your hook. So you're turning it, you're spinning it a little bit, but you're just riding your hook back up to a natural crocheting position. Then you're going to grab your working yarn and just do a slip stitch. And that's it. That's your magic ring. So let's do that one more time. So you're holding your yarn like this with 2 fingers, wrap up the top, make parallel lines, and then cross on the back. And take your hook, we're using a size 6 hook and worsted yarn doubled up. You're going to go underneath the first leg of the X and grab the second, and then just twist it like this, back to a natural position, and do a slip stitch. And at this point, you can actually let go of the ring, and there it is. So thread your machine, and I like to hold the loop like this. It keeps everything nice and tight. So I hold it with my middle 2 fingers, and I have the yarn threaded on my index finger there. And then now we're going to follow along the pattern there. Round 1 is 6 single crochets in the magic ring. So that you're just going to go through the magic ring and do just a single crochet. Just like that. So a good way to think of crocheting through the magic ring is it's just like a single crochet, except for instead of going through a loop, you're just going under the ring. Hopefully that makes sense. But you're going to do 6 of these. So there's 3, 4, 5, oh, and I'm running out of yarn, there's 6, right? So you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 single crochets in a magic loop. Pull some tension, or pull some yarn out here. There. So at this point, you're going to go ahead and close up your magic ring. So you're going to hold the tails there, and you're just going to pull it as tight as you can without breaking the yarn. And that closes up the loop and makes a nice circle for us. So now, that's round 1. Round 2, we're going to do 6 increases. So we're going to do increases in all 6 of those stitches. So you're going to treat this just like a regular crochet stitch. You're just going to go to the next one here, bridge that gap. And you're going to do an increase stitch. There's 1, and then another one in the same loop. There's 2, that's an increase. And you're going to do that in all 6. What I like to do is kind of take this tail and kind of fold it into my crochet work. If it's too confusing, don't worry about it. You can leave it hanging and just ignore it, and then it'll be on the inside of the heart. So it is okay to just leave it. I like to do this just because it's cleaner, and you know, it's really no big deal. So there's 2. I just do a regular single crochet like you usually would, but then you take the tail and you just kind of fold it under before pulling through. And that's how you can get clean, tailless stitches, especially if you have patterns that you're going to show both the front and the back. That's a good way to get rid of them. For me, it's just habit. It's not necessary for this pattern. So how many have I done here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 more. 1, 2, and last one. 1, 2. You can see I'm kind of struggling with doing yarn over or yarn under. I do a lot of amigurumi and plushies, and so I'm familiar with yarn under, and that's my habit. But I recently, my most recent project was the ice out hats, and that calls for a yarn over. And so now I'm in the habit of doing yarn over. So I'm switching back and forth, but it doesn't necessarily matter which method you choose as long as you stay consistent throughout so that all of your hearts are the same size. And I'm trying to go back to my yarn under preferred method, but I keep switching back and forth because it's habit at this point. So for round 3, we're just going to be doing 12 single crochets. So you're going to do a single crochet through each of those increases that we just did. I'm fighting my yarn a little bit here. Here we go. And you can absolutely feel free to use a stitch marker. I'm not using one because I have made a ton of these hearts, but if they help you to learn, definitely feel free to use one. I'll tell you on the next heart, the second half of this, where I would put it. 11, and there is 12. All right, so we finished this half now. We're going to pull out a little bit of slack here, cut our yarn, and pull it through. And we're just gonna leave that kind of loose for a second. So there is 1/2 of the top of our heart. We're gonna go ahead and start again. So if anybody needs to see the magic ring again, we'll go over it one more time. So you're gonna hold the end of your yarn with your thumb and 2 fingers like this. Wrap over the top. You want them to be parallel on the back or the front, crossed on the back, just like that. And then you go under. Sorry, I think I just heard something. Let me go check my baby real fast. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Neighbor kids were screaming outside my door, and I was thinking my kid was awake. She's supposed to be taking a nap. She is. Mikey, welcome back. Can't sleep. Well, hopefully I can help put you to sleep. Just sit here and listen to learn how to crochet. That'll probably put you to sleep. Alright, so we're gonna do the magic ring again. You're holding it with 2 fingers and your thumb. Wrap over the top, parallel in the front, crossed in the back, just like so. You take your hook, we're using a size 6, go underneath the first top of the X here, grab your second, and bring it around to the front. And it's going to be a little bit twisted. You're going to do a slip stitch like that, and now you can hold it freely. And then I like to hold it with my middle 2 fingers and have the working yarn over my index finger. Just like that. And we're going to do 6, just the exact same thing we did before, 6 single crochets into the magic ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Just like that. You want to make sure that you have this tail out. Not that you're boring, soothing voice. Oh, thank you. No, I get it. I get it. If you're not crocheting, I can understand. It's crochet instructional ASMR, we'll just say. So you want to pull the tail of your loop as tight as you can get it, or as tight as comfortable without breaking it. Just like that. And then you're going to bridge this little gap between your first and last stitch, you're going to just go straight into that first stitch again in a loop or in a circle. And we're going to do 6 increases. This first one might be a little hard to get into. That's okay. Doesn't mean your tension is too bad. As long as you can get in there, you're good. And you're going to do 6 increases. If you're using a stitch counter, this is where I would put it, is on this first one. So yeah, you would want to put your stitch counter right there if you're using one. And you just do 2 single crochets into that first stitch, just like that. And then you're going to do that 5 more times, all the way around the circle. And like I said, this is where I like to work the tail into it from here. Mikey, absolutely. Let's still chat. How's everything with your dark web world? You haven't seen any bears recently, right? Oh, jeez, you scared me.
Hi.
I didn't realize you were back.
Yeah, it's really good.
I was expecting to turn around and see Charlotte there.
Bit of a size mismatch, I suppose.
Yeah, and you were already in here. I guess I probably could have looked up at my camera. It shows you how often I look at myself on the camera.
Yeah, so everything going good?
Yeah.
Sweet. Tell everyone I said hi.
Yeah. My husband says hi, everyone. Alright, where are we at? So if you put your stitch counter in, you'd be right there. So we've got 2 more. One, 2. 1. It's always the part that I start to get kind of tangled on the tails. 1 and 2. There we go. All right, there's row 2. So now we're going to start working on round 3. We're just going to do a single crochet in all 12 stitches. Worst week ever. What? Elaborate, my friend. What do you mean? What happened? What's going on? One, 2, and our tails are tucked. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. All right, that should bring you all the way around, and you've got your second half here. So many meetings and stuff. Oof. You're a blue collar one. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted. It's so funny. I will hit the up arrow and it changes my scene rather than moving my pattern, which is frustrating. So we repeated the second half. We're not going to cut this one. So I assume that there was better. What do you mean? Oh, the other cam view is better. Yeah, we can go to chatting. Oh, well. So this part of the stream is tutorial. So after this part, we can move to just chatting. All right, so you're going to keep that attached there. You're going to grab your second half, and you're going to skip 3. 1, 2, 3, and go into the third from the active loop here. Rethread and just do 9 single crochets into the first heart half that we made. There's 2, 3, 4. I was afraid. Oh, you're good. I was afraid when you were saying it was the worst week ever after I asked you about the bear cams. I was like, did somebody get attacked by bears? I thought you were saying like it was a really bad week for bear attacks. That would be really sad. Alright, there's 8. Okay, and as you're coming across here, this is going to loosen itself up. You want to make sure and pull your tails tight there. 8, and there's 9. There. So you're going to be kind of stacked up with the tail here and your working end here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry. I should say what I'm doing. On the other half, we're going to kind of bridge the gap again. We're going to skip 3, 1, 2, 3, go into this 4th one again, just like on the other. We're going to do 9 more single crochets. It's going to bring us around to the other side. Just a shitty work week. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, dude. That's crummy. I had kind of a slow week. More week than I came home to the bears. Do you leave home for work? Like, I mean, obviously you don't, unless you worked at home, but like, do you have a different place that you live during the work week? Or do the bears wait to attack you until the weekend? That would be very nice of them. Alright, 7, there's 8, and 9. Alright. So we've made it all the way around the heart now, and we've just got this opening here. We're going to take these tails, and we're going to thread them together. Vote the bear one. I love that for you. Alright, you want to line up the 3 stitches here. On both halves, we skipped 3. You're going to make sure that they're lined up. They're going to try and be off, but try and get them lined up if you can. And then I'm just going to take my needle, and I'm going to go through just the inside half of this stitch and come back out the inside half of the opposite stitch. Does that make sense? And you're just going to thread it through here. And again, just the inside half and out the inside half. And the lighting's not going to be as good, but I'm going to try and get it closer. From the inside half here, out the inside half on that one. And that should be it there. And then you just want to tie it off. If you're using 2 strands like I do, I just take one of the strands out of my needle and thread the other one into some place, and then just tie it there. But however, whatever way works for you, you just want to tie it off. Just like that. And then you just want to tuck these ends. This will be the inside. We're not going to see it. We're just going to tuck them there. All right. There. And that'll be the top of our heart right there. All right. Round 5. So with this round, depending on your tension, the decreases are going to be on the outside. They should be on the very outside of the hearts here. But if your tension is different than mine, it might be more or less than 3 stitches. So the important part is you just want it to line up with the sides of your heart. So for me, that is 1, 2, 3 single crochets, and then an invisible decrease. I'm going to teach how to do this again. We're going to do an invisible decrease. So for a regular decrease, basically, so our plan here is we need these 2 stitches to be 1 stitch on our next time we go around. So how you would usually do that, a typical decrease, just so you know the difference, is you're gonna go through like a regular stitch would, grab and get a loop, and then you're gonna go through the next stitch, grab a loop, and pull through all 3. That's how you would do a typical, just like a regular decrease. No line break in Twitch. Oh, for your comment. I'll read it in just a second. You can see the decrease here. It's kind of bulky and it adds like some extra stitches there. So the alternative is called the invisible decrease. And to do that, we're still going to do kind of the same thing, but you're going to go through just half of one, the front half of 1 stitch. So let me see if you can kind of see it's just the front half of 1 stitch. And then in the next stitch, you're going to grab again just the front half of that stitch. And you're going to pull through both of those. Well, did I grab that right? I didn't grab it. Grab the front half, yep. And then we pull through both of those. And then single crochet. And now that looks almost indistinguishable from our regular single crochets, but still is the same size. It's not as bulky, and it still reduced the number of stitches by 1. So that's an invisible decrease. Week 1, 5 to 14, Monday to Friday. Week 2, 14 to 18. Weekend, then you get a week off. Oh wow, my goodness, that's a lot. It's nice that you get such a long break though. You get the entire week off. That's neat. I mean, you certainly earned it. It's not like it's just a cakewalk, I'm sure. All right, after that we're gonna do 7 single crochets. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to slow down my single crochets to sort of help anybody that might be new to crochet. So we're just going to go through, you can see there's the stitch there. You're going to go through your previous stitch, grab it. I do yarn under, which ends up being a tighter look. It's used for amigurumi and shapes like this, 3D objects. Yarn over is just straight down like this, which generally is used for textiles, blankets, and clothing. So I do yarn under, pull through, and pull through. So that's a single crochet, which if you've made it this far, you probably know how to do that, but there's a quick tutorial for you. All right, and I think we are to our other side here, so we're going to do another invisible decrease. We're going to go through the first half there, and the next one, pull through, just like that. And then I think 4 more. 1, 2, 3 more yarn here. 2, there's 3, and with 4 we are back to the beginning of our round, just like that. So for round 6, and actually for the rest of the heart, we're just going to keep going 2 single crochets, 1 invisible decrease until you only have 6 working loops left. So it's going to be like, I think 2.5 rounds worth of just this same pattern. So 2 single crochets, 1 decrease, just around and around. And when we get to the point when it's about a finger width, the opening has closed to about the width of a finger, we're going to stuff it with our polyfill. But other than that, it's just this the whole way through. So which week are you on now, Mikey? Are you close to your break? This one, 2 single crochets and a decrease. And decrease. 1, 2, and we've made it around. We're technically on round 7 now. Decrease. But as you can see, you can totally lose track of your rounds at this point. It's just going to be the same thing for the rest of the go here. 1, 2. Decrease. 1, 2, decrease. And we are going to pause here. You can do this anytime. I usually try and push it as long as I comfortably can so that you can make sure and get it stuffed the way you'd like. But when you've got, you know, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish. When you have about 8 or 9 working loops left from all of your decreasing, that is where you want to grab some polyfill or whatever stuffing material you've got. And we're just going to stuff firmly this heart. There we go. I need a little bit more. Be right back. Gotta go to my polyfill box. Right, to grab a bit. You want to stuff it firmly, but you don't want to stuff it so tight that it starts to separate out your stitches. You don't want to be able to see it through the stitches. And that, you know, if you can see it through your stitches and you feel like it's not stuffed that tight, it might just be your tension. And that just comes with, you know, practicing different hook sizes, different ways to hold the yarn so that your tension feels right. But the goal is to get it so that you can't see the polyfill from the outside. That's what we're kind of aiming for on this project. And since we're making so many hearts, it'll be good practice. There, so I kind of overstuff it at this point because you want it to kind of, when you finish it, you want to be able to kind of squish the excess into the end as we close it up. So you want to put in just a little bit more than you would expect. So That was a decrease, and we're just going to keep going with the same pattern. Two single crochets and a decrease. And it's worth noting that my tension is probably too tight. I do prefer a tighter tension. I don't know if that's what it should be, but that is what I have been doing. So I think it's really just what you're comfortable with and what you think looks good. My tension, though it gives me a lot of trouble and hurts my hands, it always ends up looking okay, like looking good for my own standards. So I have not really seen a need to fix it until very recently. But I am thinking about it more often now with these more recent projects. And you're just going to keep doing that until you've got 6 left. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're there. All right. So once you get to the point where you've got 6 loops in your working row, you're going to pull out a little bit of yarn. I usually do, I guess, 3 fingers worth in the loop, and then I just cut it like that. And that'll give you enough of a tail for the threading. You just pull it out like that, and then you thread your needle. Just like that. And then you're going to take your needle and you're going to go through just the front half of all 6 of these loops. So there's 1, 2, and you're going to pull it tight as you go. 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, and you're going to tie this off here now. And then you're going to tuck your ends. So I usually will just rethread like this. And I like to follow where the yarn already is, like I said before. Just kind of get this hidden away a little bit. Don't want to pull that too tight, it starts to sort of mess with it. And then I like to kind of squish the polyfill, like I said, into the end there so that it's all even. And then hide your ends if you have longer ones like me. It's fighting me a little bit. There. And there is another red heart. So then we're going to take our garland here and thread this one on. Get a little tangled. There we go. All right. And again, we thread through from the side of the magic loop here to the opposite side, just between rows 1 and 2 at the very top, just like that. And then you can pick your spacing, of course. Mine, I've been trying to keep consistent with making it almost the width of my hand, just like that. And then you take your needle, you just grab that stitch below, and we just make a little bit of a tie here. Just a very, very simple tie to keep the heart from sliding around and creating variation in the spacing. We just tie it like that. Hide the knot a little bit, just like that. All right. Here, so I'm gonna thread a couple more because I do have all of the pink ones ready to go. Bisbee, hello! I saw you called me, but I'm busy, so glad you came and found me. We're gonna thread just a couple more that I have ready to go. The next one for me is gonna be the sparkly pink. And we're just gonna do the same thing here. How's it going, Biz? All right, check my spacing and tie it off. I thought you were gonna come crochet with me today. What the heck, bro? All right, next is another white. Ooh, this is my last white one. All right, there we go. I could probably have done these closer together because 44 is a lot of hearts. But I might just need to make my my garland longer, and that's okay. All right, and then a dark pink. We have plenty of those. Do work stuff. You can still come over. You absolutely can if you would like to. I think that would be a good time. I think that would be fun. I could help you with your griffin if you like. I feel like I've done enough of the garland that I could make a legitimate tutorial with the content that we've made so far. So we can absolutely switch up and do a griffin if you want. All right, and then after this, we're gonna need to make another red one. Nice, look, it's coming along. I'm super excited about this. Oh, there it goes. There. Look at that. Kind of hard to see. We've got, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hearts. So we are a fourth of the way there. Very nice. We just need another red one, and then we're going to need another white one. Need my needle back. Alright. Gotta feed the animals. Oh, fun. It is cute. I'm super psyched about it. So we'll move to just chatting now. And then we're gonna kind of move back into a more chill sort of environment with this heart. And I'm thinking I'll probably just do so I intend to make tutorials with all of the crochet with me's that we do, generally speaking. So if it's one like this where it's a pattern that I wrote myself, I'm gonna try and do tutorials a couple different ways. So every other heart, I'll do like a teaching version for anybody who gets in here late. But then we'll move to a more chill, sort of chatting environment in between. I think I lost Mikey. Did you finally fall asleep? I hope so. I hope you are resting well. How was work, Bisbee? I was gonna show off all of my new yarn that I got yesterday, but I was thinking next time might be good for that, when I'm actually gonna use it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna try and manage my tension a little bit better on this go. So I honestly think it's just this yarn has no give, which is so crazy for acrylic, because I feel like the acrylic I'm used to, the loops and threads, is like really soft and it has a lot of stretch to it. So it's a lot more comfortable to work with. I shouldn't be picky though, because the reason we got this is because it was the exact perfect color that I needed to color match something, and when you're color matching, you can't really be picky. I usually do color matching because I'm usually doing, with my dolls, I do specific people in specific outfits, so a lot of what I do is color matched. So that's why I kind of haven't gotten a lot of my favorite colored yarns, because I haven't needed them. So it was nice to kind of get some yarn that I've been looking at with this next project that we're working on next week. Next week we're doing just very simple amigurumi frogs. And my kind of thought for the frogs was the inflatable frogs have kind of become a bit of a symbol for our, current resistance. And so just kind of like with the ice hats, but it would actually be ours. Because the ice hats, I think were Norwegian. And I was just thinking it might be nice to have a symbol that is one that actually came up with the times. And I was just thinking, the inflatable frogs getting arrested by ICE is just so ridiculous. There's so many videos of it. And I think the whole point is that they're just very silly. And it kind of shows how very silly this entire regime is. That just their priorities are just very silly. And so I think the frog is kind of a really good symbol of, keeping your spirits up despite the tragedies. And I mean, who arrests inflatable frogs for protesting? I feel like it's a symbol of kind of innocence, and it's very silly. So I think that I feel like that's a really good symbol for us. But I wanted to do like specific colors. Like I want to do pride flag frogs, and I want to do like the watermelon frog for Palestine, and I want to do like different flags, like different Latin American country flags and stuff. People who are getting a lot of deportations for those specific countries, just something in solidarity with the people who are suffering. And but like frogs, because I think that's cute. And I think in a time where we desperately need to keep our spirits up, I just feel like that's a really solid symbol for us. So that is what we're doing next week. And I'll put an announcement out so everybody can gather up their favorite colors. or, you know, colors that that they want to support in advance. But I also just grabbed like a bunch of like my favorite yarns because this project isn't color specific, so I'm like psyched to just use my favorite colored yarns on a regular basis for, geez, one of the first projects I've ever made that didn't have a color requirement. So I'm psyched about that. I should have timed myself. I wish I could go back and see when I started this. Heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I think I can do one in 20 minutes. I think I can. I also haven't been keeping track of how many we have made so far. I wanted to do that too. I know we've got 11 strung. We've got a bunch in this bag. Yeah, I don't know. Two. I really wish we could listen to just like my regular music on here. I've been putting together like a revolution playlist of just like music that reminds me what's important and what we're fighting for and everything. Just kind of like righteous anger sort of playlist, like a feminine rage playlist. And I would really like to listen to that on this stream because I think that would be neato. But alas, they would take my stuff down and I don't want them to do that. Alright, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Of course, one of these songs on this playlist that is supposed to be unlicensed lo-fi, specifically for streaming and crafting and stuff like this, one of them got flagged. I don't know which one because I mean, there's so many songs on this playlist, but one of them actually did get flagged from my second live stream on Tuesday. So, I don't know what that's all about. I need to figure out which one it is and take it off my playlist. Because it's like, if it's going to get flagged anyway, I would rather listen to my music. Oops. Got a little snag there. I am not fixing it. There we go. I think that's all the way around. I'm having a hard time telling if this was the first or the last. I think that's the last. Let me see if it looks better with this one. No, I think that is it. There we go. Okay. So connecting 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's 4. I'm gonna really try and like have loose tension. Like really try and just actually relax here. And not behave like I'm trying to strangle my project like I usually do. I'll switch things so we can see this better. Realize my light is probably not super great from this angle, but we're trying. I went right back to my like strangler tension. Alright, so holding this. There. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. See, whenever I loosen up on my tension, I always get snags. And I'm not used to having to like control the yarn like this. I think my problem is that I like my tension. Like that's where I'm comfortable, that's what I'm used to working with. But I feel like if I could learn to loosen it up a bit, I could probably crochet faster. And like my hands wouldn't hurt as much. So I don't know, some motivation to learn a different way to do it. And the pattern is a little bit off. It's the immediate next part is what it's showing. I forgot to reset it when we switched cameras. Nice. Alright, coming together. That's the hard part done. From this point forward, it moves pretty quick. I think on the next one I'm going to time myself because I think I can do 20 minutes. Okay, so now we are at where the pattern says to do 3 and then decrease, and then 7 and decrease. So that's 3, decreasing, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and decreasing. That's lined up right. I don't feel like that's lined up right. Yeah, it is. See, I've had looser tension and now my lines are not like lining. Alright, 1, 2, 3, and here's the last one is 4, and we are moving on to round 6, which is just going to be 2 singles and decreases until we're done. Did I do it? 1, 2, yeah. You know what? I should have gotten a place where we could hang up the lanyard while we're working on it, so we could kind of like watch it grow. I didn't think of that until now. So not a lot of help that's gonna be. I have a bit of a dilemma. Anybody who's watching can weigh in if they'd like. But just to kind of talk about it, get it out of my system, even if I'm talking to myself. I just got invited to a family member's child's birthday. So a family member's birthday. And I would really like to go. I'd really like to be around people and you know, like I think that toddler parties are super fun. And my girls, I've got 2 toddlers, I'm sure they would enjoy it. But I just barely had an argument with the little boy's dad, my cousin, about ice. He's pro ice and I am not. And I feel like that'll be kind of awkward going to a party that he's hosting after we just had an argument about this. But at the same time, I don't want to like... I don't want to be around people who are like cool with all this violence. But I also don't want to go non-communication with my family over this. But then I kind of do. Like, because I feel like violence is a good reason to go non-communication. But I also, like, don't want to do that to my kids. I don't want to use my kids. Like, I don't want to weaponize my children. You know what I mean? And so I'm trying to figure out whether or not I'm gonna go, and if I go, if it's gonna be awkward and weird the whole time. And the unfortunate part is that the majority of my family actually feels that way. The majority of my family is pro-Trump for some reason. And so I know that it's going to come up in conversation and they're just going to talk about it. They're just going to talk about things that are going wrong and how Alex Preddy was an insurrectionist, and like that's the kind of conversations that I'm anticipating being at this party, and I don't want to be part of them. But I also don't want to just not go to any of my family events for the rest of forever. And it's like my cousin's kids are the only is my family, and they're so I don't know. I'm trying to trying to decide what I want to subject my children to, and trying to decide if I want to remove the fun from them because of how I feel about things. You know, and I just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna go one more time. I just really can't decide how I feel about it, and it's time to do something about it now, because I've been invited to a party. Do I go or do I not? And if I don't go, that's kind of setting a precedent for like not going to future events, because that is the decision that I will have made. And am I ready to do that? Am I ready to just not go to any family events for the foreseeable future? And I just don't know what to do. I don't know if anybody can relate to this. If you're watching after the live stream, definitely feel free to comment. Because this is what goes on in my head during most of our streams, to be honest. It's crossed my mind all 3 times that we've streamed so far. And I think it's probably a common issue. I heard it described recently as ambiguous mourning. And I really kind of identified with that description of just like mourning somebody that's still alive, or mourning a piece of your relationship with somebody that you can never get back. And I feel like that is how I feel about a lot of my family members right now. And I don't know what to do about that, you know? If you're crocheting along with us and I have not moved the pattern down, you can find the pattern in full in the description. Feel free to take a screenshot of it or whatever to make it easier for you to follow along at your own pace. And then there's Sunday dinners, like my family gets together every Sunday for dinner, and I don't want to not go to those, but I feel like I walk on eggshells around my mother every single time I go. And the sad thing is I feel like she probably feels the same way about me. But I've tried to explain how I feel, and she's just not having it. They just don't want to hear it. You know, they just don't have the space for it. Alright, there's another red heart. So we can string 2 more on our lanyard, and then I'll need to make a white one. Alright, so here's our end that we're working with right now. Oh, it's getting heavy. Oh my goodness. These things get unruly when they get longer, my word. Stay. Okay. You skipped your father's birthday today. For the same reasons, or for disagreement reasons, or for something else? Like, I assume that you're saying that you can relate. I'm sorry that happened. Something else? Yeah. Yeah, I hear ya. I've got birthdays coming up too, and I just don't, I don't know. I don't know how to be around people like that right now, you know? And the sucky thing is I know I would regret not going, like, if something happened. Like,
What town is this?
if someone suffered a terrible accident over this next couple of days or whatever, and I didn't go to this party, and I was like, I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to decide if the cause is worth it. Like, obviously the cause is worth it. Let me back up a minute. I'm trying to decide if being anti-violent and being anti-ICE
Suddenly.
I don't know, can you just overlook, like, can you just ignore the fact that your family is supporting somebody who
About 60
I
miles.
don't know. I can't decide. I can't decide if I can just ignore it or not, you know? Been there working 3 or 4 times a week, then sis tells me to go there on a birthday, and I said no. She never put in some effort. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Yeah. That's rough. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. It's hard, man. I think the especially crummy part is I just barely moved across the country to be closer to my family. Like, that's why. Like, I left a place that I loved and a life I was enjoying to be closer to my family, and then immediately found out they were supporting Nazis. Like, what? Yeah, that's good. That's good then, you know? Not that he has dementia, I'm sorry, but that he won't remember. And I think that, you know, in some cases like that, preserving the memories that he already has, you know, there's something to be said for that. Alright, we're coming along here. Alright, so next one is white, is what we're missing. So we're gonna do a white one. I have, can you tell that this is 2 different colors of white? Can we tell? Not really on camera. It looks pretty okay. But this one is the end of the skein that I was using on these hearts, and this is a different one. If I had to tell you, this one is slightly yellower, but I don't know if it will matter or not for this project. So we're gonna just keep on keeping on here, and hopefully it won't bug me, and if it does, I will just frog it, and we'll do something else. We'll just move to the other skein, because I would like to put this scrap of white that's left over, I would like to use it, because I have a lot of off-white scraps, and I don't want to just keep collecting these off-white scraps for the rest of my life. So we're gonna take what's left of this. You know what? Actually, to make it so it's more of a transition, I think I'm gonna use both to double up. I can't imagine not seeing eye to eye with close family members, but my brother-in-law has pretty much written off his sister and disinherited her over this administration. Yeah, thank you for. Oh, goodness. Ah. That was a mess. Yeah, Dawn, thank you for joining us. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's really hard because it's like, on the one hand, you don't want to disinherit people over politics, right? But on the other hand, is it really politics? Or are we not seeing eye to eye on whether or not murdering somebody is wrong? Like, you know what I mean? And I can't really decide for sure what this really is, because I think, for me, unfortunately, I think for my family, for my mom specifically, I think that it's just a lack of education. I don't think that she's watching the right news. I do think she is a victim of propaganda, though she swears I am. For this cousin, though, this cousin is a police officer, and so I think that he has this thing where he has to, like, he feels like he needs to respect other officers. But, like, I was trying to explain to him that, like, ICE makes actual law enforcement look like garbage. Like, and so him being supportive of ICE just because they're law enforcement, like, no, they're not. They have no training. He has training. They don't have training. But I don't know. It's really tough because it's not just politics. Like, I heard that it's basic values. It's realizing that all of these people who preached religion at me my entire life don't actually care about their neighbors. Love thy neighbor was a joke, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's really hard, and I don't know how we're gonna get through it, to be honest. I think that it's just gonna stay hard. I have similar issues as you. Yeah, I think it's a common issue, and I heard somewhere that this was called, for anybody who's just coming and joining us, I heard somewhere this called ambiguous grieving. And it's just that, like, grieving the loss of somebody who is still alive, who's still around you. And did your cousin respect the Capitol Police on January 6th? Good freaking question. Good question. Though I have already had an argument with him, so I don't know if I could ask him that. I think they're confused. I don't think they have any idea what's going on. I don't think they do. And the hard part is like, if you have family that supports Trump, they're one of two things. And you have to decide, like, are they stupid or are they evil? And I don't like having to grapple with the concept of my mother being evil, so I have decided that she is stupid, but I don't know if that's fair. You know what I mean? Is anybody else, Dylan? You guys relate to that at all? I don't know. And I don't like calling my mom stupid, but the alternative is that she's evil and I can't handle that, you know? You're Swedish, yeah. Heaven knows all nations have political issues, that's for sure, so. But it's funny, I heard, somebody made kind of a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. somebody made kind of a bit that I saw on Instagram, which is not a great news source, but that's where I happened to be when I heard this, that like she said she couldn't imagine, like as a Finnish person, she couldn't imagine going non-communication with family members based on politics. And then somebody was like, well, yeah, but if some, like, your politics is like whether or not, like, taxes should be increased, or whether or not, like, how many fish you can pull up out of the reservoirs before you're overfishing. Like, that's politics, right? Over here, we're going non-communication with our family members who have decided that women should not be allowed to vote or are trying to take our bodily rights away. Like, it's a little different, right? And so to say that, like, you're disagreeing with your family members because of politics, it's like, no, I cannot get healthcare. I cannot go see a doctor. I have 2 toddlers. I cannot take them to see a doctor because my mother and my cousin and the majority of my family voted to take away my health care. That's different, right? And so now I have been invited to a birthday party for people who can afford their health care. And I'm just, I don't know, man. I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how to deal with those emotions. I want to go to the party because I want to feel like I'm part of the community still. I love my family. I want to love my family, but it's hard. It's hard. It's hard to be online everywhere. It sure is. It sure is. And I mean, let's not pretend that the worst things are happening in America right now. I feel like a lot of the worst things are not happening in America, and I think a lot of what's going on here a lot of what's going on outside of the US has been caused by us. And I know that there's a lot of discomfort in the world based on our politics, and that is so embarrassing. And it's so ridiculous because it's like, we love the world. Like, America, like, the majority of us love being a part of this world and being allies with our friends and all these things, but like, our politics is literally removing us from the communities, the worldwide communities that we have loved being in, and now we're a laughing stock and nobody's taking us seriously, and everything is a joke, and it's so embarrassing, and we're hurting people. It's a lot. It's a lot. I do want to say, on this kind of note of negativity, though, that there have been a million fascist regimes before us, and not a single one of them survived. And they are scared to death of us. Having these conversations and being uncomfortable together, and, you know, getting together to crochet hearts and talk about family and being sad, like, this is helping. This is what will bring communities together. At the end of the day, when this is over, because this too shall pass. When this is over, it will be communities of people much like ours who made all of the difference. What is this skein? Do you see this? That's ridiculous. goes beyond politics. You're in a difficult position. I agree, right? Like, and it's not just me, and frankly, I'm in a way more comfortable position than a lot of people I know. So, I think that's why I'm struggling with it, actually, is because no one in my family has outright told me that they're glad that, you know, people are getting murdered. And I do know people whose families are in those positions. So, like, it can definitely get worse. Sorry, guys, don't do what I'm doing. This is like... Because I'm doubling up my yarn, I'm trying to create a second end for this. Look at this. What is this? Where did I get this yarn? Is this mine or did somebody donate it to me? I don't know what this is. But this is crazy. Mikey says about wait, let's see. Yeah, about doctors and healthcare in the US. I don't know, leave. You know, honestly, that is a common point that a lot of people make, and a lot of us are leaving. See, the problem with that is that I love it here. I really love America, and I love everything that we're supposed to be. I love everything that we're supposed to stand for. And it's my home. I can't just leave. I don't know. It might get to that point, honestly, but I don't know. I don't know how to not care about it anymore, because even if I left, like, these are still my people. These are my people who are getting deported and getting arrested and getting murdered. Like, I don't know how to just leave that. I've thought about it. Don't get me wrong. I've thought about it. I thought about where I would go. My husband's family is Finnish. I was thinking it might be fun to go to Finland. I don't know anything about Finland. I wouldn't fit in there. But, you know, maybe that doesn't matter outside of the US as much as it matters here. We've also thought about New Zealand. That's like one of our favorite places, and we've kind of thought about that, but I know that their immigration policy is really intense too, though I don't think they're murdering anybody about it. So, when healthcare brings you down, economical, yeah, no, I hear ya. You know, honestly, I just am kind of hoping that it's gonna get better. And we can't, like, afford to leave. Like, if I can't afford to go to the doctor, I can't afford to pack everything up and leave to a different country. I don't even know how to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's right. Don't come here, me and myself looking at Iceland. Iceland, really? What's in Iceland? You know, honestly, I do want to travel more. I think that travel has made me a lot more, because I was raised very Republican, very Christian. And I honestly believe that travel and having friends on the internet and stuff like that has literally made all the difference in making me, like, a well-rounded, well-adjusted human being. Something that, you know, some people in my family are missing. And I can directly point to the fact that, you know, my mom does not travel, doesn't really want to travel. If she traveled, she wouldn't want to leave the United States. But, like, she hardly leaves the state. Like, she hardly leaves this valley, other than to go, like, camping and stuff. But even then, not very far. And I feel like that's indicative of, like, I don't know, once you've met the world, it's hard to hate them. you know? It's Dawn's. Is it Dawn? Do you want me to call you Dawn or Dawn's? I love my country. I'm staying and fighting for my kids and grandson. Yes, thank you. There's that too. Like, it's the fact that I want to raise my kids here. Like, I want to fight because I want there to be something to fight for. But I have health care. But if folks start breaking into my home with no warrant, I'm out. That is super fair. Like, honestly, I think that if I was in Minnesota, I would be thinking about it. I would be thinking about Dawn. Okay, will do. Yeah, thank you, Dawn. I think that if I lived in one of the militarized states right now, I would probably be considering moving to Canada. But can Dawn see your comments over here? She can if she's looking at the screen. But I need to fix it. It's kind of hard to read. But yeah, if you're looking at the chat on the screen, you guys can see between Twitch and YouTube. So yeah. You should be able to see each other. One, two, three. Yeah, I think I agree with Dawn. Like, as soon as it comes to my door, as soon as my kids are in danger, I'm out. For sure. I don't have any friends or family outside of the country. Not like, I mean, I have like stream friends and internet friends, but nobody that I would like go live with outside of the country. But the thing is too is that might not be as big of a problem outside of the country. Like, it's probably not impossible to get an apartment in other countries. You know, like, we live in a country that has largely priced out an entire generation from homeownership. And Chrysidia, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, right? That's pretty good. I have only set those up for Twitch. I'm working on getting the YouTube ones set up, but YouTube is a little bit more finicky. Hello. Welcome, my friend. What was I saying? I can't remember. Can't remember what I was saying now. We do have a lot of new people, so I do want to 1, 2, 3, 4. I do want to say real fast, if you have not already joined our Discord, please do. We have a fun like art chat and like joy-centered chat group, as well as resources, a calendar, major dates, and just kind of like activist resources for my American friends who want to get more involved but don't know how, or can't or would not prefer to march. There's like other things you can do. We're in the process of setting that up. If you haven't already, follow, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon so that you can see when we go live. We're going to be doing every Friday at about this time. Actually, this is pretty late into it now. We have been streaming for about 4 hours now. So wherever you are locally, 4 hours ago is when we start generally. Yes, right, apartments. So my concern for leaving is that I wouldn't be able to find a place to live, but I'm also very aware that this sort of situation where it's basically not possible to make enough money to buy a house right now in a lot of states. Like, I don't know, I'm sure it's acceptable in some states, but in Utah we're like the 8th highest, or the median house price. But it occurs to me, like, if I were to leave the country, that probably wouldn't be the norm anymore, and it probably would be really easy to find a place to live. So I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to decide. But I don't want to leave while I'm fighting, because I am pretty actively. I've joined several groups. I do a lot of the activities and the protests and stuff, and I feel like the US needs people who have the energy for that, and I couldn't leave right now. Mikey says to Dawn, I have over the years started to feel slightly less feeling of defending your country. Oh yeah? I feel that. Geez, I can definitely relate, but I mean, I'm sitting here wearing my USA earrings and my Florida t-shirt, and like, I wore all of my patriotic stuff today on purpose. I am very proud to be American. We're sick right now. We have this terrible illness called fascism, but this is not who we are, and I genuinely believe this is not who we are. It's just something that's happening right now, and we're gonna beat them, and we're gonna bounce back. And I am a very proud American, but it is because I'm a proud American that I cannot handle a fascist sitting in the White House. That is why I'm having a problem with it. So, all of these people who say, you know, if you're a fan of America, you must be a fan of Trump. Not so. Not so. And I hate that they have this monopoly on patriotism. That they're just like taking everything that our people have lived and died and fought and survived for. And they're just monopolizing it and calling it democracy when it's not, and it just grinds my gears. It upsets me. I cannot tell if that is centered or not. I think it is, but it's a little bit off, and that is going to bug me. That's okay. I'll get over it. I heard that it's hard to end your citizenship. You would be paying US taxes for quite a while. I have heard that also. Yeah. Which is crazy. Because I feel like if you're... But, you know, honestly, the US has so many flippin' shady taxes. Like, they basically own interest on our existence at this point, and it's hard to escape that. What is this skein? Every time I pick it up, I'm just gonna be, like, flabbergasted at the silliness. What happened? What happened to him? What is this? Who did this to you? Was it me? Did I do this to you? It's ridiculous. Dawn says, my grandfather served in World War I, and your dad and all of your uncles served in World War II. Lean towards staying and fighting for now. That... See, that is the part that breaks my heart. Is that we have people whose family members just went through this. And they just fixed this. And they just... And here we are again, less than 100 years later. It's insanity. It's absolutely crazy. Alright, where are we at right now? I think I'm losing track of... Okay, we put the heart pieces together. We are right here now, I think. Yeah. 1, 2, and now we're decreasing. Okay. Need to keep up with my pattern, or I'm gonna... For anybody who actually is trying to do the heart crochet with us, the full pattern, because I'm not moving it as quickly as I would like to, and you know, I'm kind of focused on conversation as well. The full pattern is in the description, and if you are on Twitch, it is in our about section, and anyone can find it on Discord, which if you haven't joined our Discord, you should, because it's brand new and I'm really excited about it. So let's see, where am I at? 1, 2, and decrease. But yeah, if you're trying to follow along, the full pattern is in the description. It's a very, very simple pattern, not very long at all. Feel free to save it. I do have like a nice, like a pretty version in our Discord. If anybody wants to save it for later, that is where you can find like a nice, like actual pattern. It's in our Discord. Just thinks about politics. Let's see. Can't care less who sits in the White House. Me just thinks about politics that comes out of there. So far, current regime is way better than the last one. Which one, yours or ours? That's the problem, I think, is it's not even like which side. Okay, so the problem is that and a lot of people have that argument here too. And the thing is they both suck. They all suck. The whole two-party system is a joke, and it's a disaster, and they're both playing for the same team. And I think it has taken people a long time to realize that. I agree, Chrysidia, absolutely. Am I saying your name right? Chrysidia. Yeah, the two-party system is a ploy to get us to fight amongst ourselves instead of realizing that both teams or both sides play for the same team, and that team is the billionaires, and they do not care about us. Like, and I am not a Democrat and will never be a Democrat because I am pissed that Democrats are not doing anything about this. Like, our Democratic leaders who claim to represent the people and claim to be against Trump are not giving us any sort of resources. They're not really giving us anything to do. I'm talking like the higher level Democrats. A lot of local leaders who are just grassroots, like regular people who genuinely want to see a change, love them. But to be fair, there's some Republicans that I feel that way about too. So it's not about the two-party system. Like, this left versus right is such a trick. It is such a joke. And I feel like the faster we can get everybody to realize that, I'm sorry, both sides are on the Epstein list. Both sides have major players on the Epstein list. And the Epstein class is not a two-party system. It is just the billionaires. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Sorry, Taylor Swift fans. No such thing. Like, she's fine. I like her. No problem there. I do have a problem with the money. It's a problem. Sorry. I get like a little riled up about that one. Because I cannot stand. A lot of people will assume because I don't like ICE that I am a Democrat. So yeah, spoiler, I'm not. Chrysidia, happy to be a registered independent. But it's hard when every 4-year term is just a mudsling of good versus evil. I know! Oh, thank you! Okay. So I actually made a huge point on this early on in the stream. That, you know, when this VOD is up, maybe go back and see it, because I kind of talked about this for a minute. We talked about dissecting propaganda and how to tell if what you're watching is propaganda on both sides. And this is another big deal, is the left also has propaganda. Like, defeatism is propaganda from the left. All of these bots getting onto Facebook and getting onto YouTube and commenting, it's so pointless, like, there's no reason to da-da-da-da, they've already won, we should just not even try. That's defeatism propaganda. Like, they want you to believe that there's just no reason, but it appeals to the left. It appeals to people who are already very depressed about all of this. And that is why, one of the many reasons why I picked the slogan for this channel is, in a world that wants to keep us tired and depressed, art and joy are revolution. And it is very, very, very important to protect your joy in a time like this, because as soon as you become a defeatist, you have succumbed to left-wing propaganda. I'll be right back. I need more polyfill. I gotta go to the polyfill box. And to be fair, I think a lot of that stuff is probably from the right, but it appeals to the left, so. Mikey is going to sleep. It's almost 1:30 over there. Definitely go to sleep. Thank you for hanging out with us. Goodness. I need to figure out my lighting. Okay, good. This looks okay. Definitely go to bed. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and talking to me. And I always, always appreciate an outside opinion. Because sometimes it's hard for us to know if our worries are, like, sensible. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I do really appreciate your insight. And thank you so much for joining us again. And hopefully we'll see you next time. Sorry, I need a lamp that I can, like, light my workspace with. Having a really hard time with this one, because this one is too close to my face. Like, it makes my face really bright. But it, like, lights the workspace really nicely. Look, okay. Maybe like a light bar? Yeah, I need one. In my defense, this is only our 3rd time streaming ever. So, yeah, we'll figure it out. But I hope that this lighting is at least acceptable for everybody. You're vibing before your social event. Social event? That's fun. Where are you going? If you don't mind, like, if you want to have a conversation about it, what are you up to? You started crocheting again earlier this year, just as a way to de-stress from it all. I think a lot of us picked it up around that time for that reason. I'm a COVID crocheter. My grandmother taught me when I was like 10, but I've been doing it wrong like forever. You can call me Natalie, Dawn, or Rose. Rose is also acceptable. But my name is Natalie Rose, so. Let's see. Let me catch up on on chat real fast. Don says you have a major problem with white supremacy. I've voted the lesser of 2 evils my whole life. Yep. I hear ya. I know, I hate that mentality. Pick the lesser of 2 evils. Like, oh, why don't we just put someone in who won't be evil? Like, is that so hard? Is it so hard to find somebody who won't just be evil? Like, my gosh. Like, you know who my favorite person ever right now is? Oh my gosh, guys. If you're not following, like, local politics, my favorite person ever right now is James Tallarico from Texas. Like, if you guys don't know who he is, go and follow him, watch his videos. He's incredible. He's, like, my favorite person. I want him to be president. I don't know if he has any interest in running, but I would really like him to be president. He's incredible. Like he's kind of he's really pushing that no left versus right. Like he appeals to both sides. And he's just like very ethical and just I love him. I love him a lot. Oh, you're also a streamer. Well, here. Let me drop a follow. Everybody follow Chrysidia. What do you play? I used to do video game streaming. I actually used to be a semi-pro Overwatch player. For like a long time I streamed. Whoops. Back in like I streamed back in, you know what, maybe I can just adjust the camera. Oh, it just corrected. I must have auto adjust on my face cam, because if I go like this, yeah, I need to turn that off. I need to remember to turn that off. But cool. Well, I just followed you. Yeah, what do you play? You're doing Baldur's Gate. Oh, I love that game. It's like my favorite game. It's not, but it's like on my top 5. Your husband was a police science major and he really likes Tallarico. He's so cool. Like, honestly, he's just such a breath of fresh air. He just doesn't feel crazy, you know? Like, they all just feel crazy sometimes, and I just really appreciate him a lot. And he hasn't taken any money from any super packs or any regular packs, so I appreciate that too. Your friend's first playthrough and you're at the very end. That's exciting. That's super fun. Well, I need to figure out how to raid, because it has changed since I last did it. Do you just do like /raid and then how do you raid? I'll come raid you if you're playing when I get off. I don't know how to do that though. So. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the last one. Alright, this heart took me a little longer because we were doing a lot of talking, but I do not regret it. Usually I can do one of these in about 20 minutes. And I'll do a walkthrough, like an actual tutorial of the next heart, so that people who have just joined us can see what we're doing. The thing is, I think, with the two-party system is I think most people understand that. Like, most people understand that they're both bad, but people who don't want to take accountability for their own actions will just say, all government is bad, vote for the lesser evil. When, in reality, what we need to be doing is recognizing the problem with the two-party system and working to eradicate it. Working to eradicate super PACs. Why do those exist? Those shouldn't exist. Like, their entire existence is a flippin' conflict of interest. Just about finished here. Sorry, catching up on chat. kind of cute. I didn't do this on purpose, but I'm just realizing when I look on my screen at the chat, it's right here. So it looks like I'm actually reading the chat on screen. That's really cute. I didn't do that on purpose, but I'm gonna pretend I did do that on purpose because it's cute. A poli-sci major. Gotcha. A political science major. Understood. I was gonna say I did not know that a police science major was a thing, but it probably needs to be. Hello.
Hello.
My baby.
It's a wakey baby.
She's awake. Oh, probably good. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Holy moly. Well, good morning, my love. Hey, you're flashing her.
Just wanted to come say hi.
Well, hello. How are things out there?
Good. This one just barely woke up. I was able to get some Beat Saber in.
Nice. Charlotte's still sleeping?
Sure is.
Oh,
I was,
goodness.
yeah,
Probably needs to wake up.
yeah, I was planning on going in and infiltrating. So
Well, here's a little heart.
there's a little heart. There it is. Cute.
Can you tell that it's 2 different colors?
What?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, there's 2 different shades of white in this.
Very nice.
Yeah, I was hoping that you wouldn't be able to tell, and it looks like you can't, so I can't really. I mean, I can, but only because of the texture.
Yeah.
Like, there's a little bit of a texture difference between the 2 different yarns.
Huh.
But it's pretty hard to tell.
Yeah, it is.
Fam is so cute. Thank you.
This one?
This is my almost 2-year-old Arya and my husband Andrew.
Hello. Oh, I'm in the words.
Don't flash.
Why not?
Because
But she's got such a funny tummy.
she is baby.
She's very funny.
That's a cute shirt. That's her older sister's shirt. She shouldn't be old enough to wear that yet.
Yeah, it's 2T. Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
I know. This thing is almost a 3T.
Cute.
Cute.
Oh shoot. Oh, help.
Good. Great.
Just throw her?
No. I'm sorry.
I think just threw her.
There's a big smile. She's just kind of unsteady right now. Oh, she was.
She just woke up.
Well,
Did you?
no, I didn't.
It's like right there.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Really need to fix the auto brightness on my camera because it is really having a hard time.
Yeah. Well, this creature snatched a pen and gave it to me, so I got that going for me.
That is very exciting.
I'm gonna bring her out and get her some food and maybe wake up the other one.
That sounds good.
Yep.
Have fun.
You too. Love you.
All right, sorry. Let me catch up to the chat again. /raid and then the username. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll try. We're a brand new stream though, so I'm not promising a lot of viewers, but I will come and read you. If you go into the creator dashboard, stream manager, there's a parachute. Oh yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'll figure that out later. I think it's a lack of accountability and people just don't research. I agree. I think that people use the politics makes me sad line, which is fair and valid, but not a reason to do no research. That's the one I hear a lot, at least. Yeah, they listen to the news that they want to hear. Yeah, even if it's not news. Alright, let's see. I think I need... What are we at? Oh, I didn't need to make a white heart. I already have one. I needed to make a red heart. So now we need to make 2 red hearts. That's okay. So we need to do the darker pink. And then, okay, so I will go ahead and do another tutorial for this next heart. But first, here's the tutorial on the stringing again for anybody who joined us recently. So in order to string these hearts, you can string it wherever you want to. I'm gonna switch cameras. You can string it wherever you would like to, but you don't want to go through the middle where you would expect, because then it will flip around upside down because it'll be top heavy. So where I've been stringing it is through the magic ring here, just to the very left or right, depending on how you're viewing this camera. And then out the same place on the other side, just to the very edge of the magic ring on both sides there. And we're just stringing that all the way down like this. And then the spacing I have chosen for my garland, oh my goodness, is about 4 fingers. And this is just to, you know, just basically just a little bit looser than 4 fingers. And then you want to take your needle and go underneath, like just grab a bit of yarn next to where the string came out. And we're just gonna tie it, just a super basic knot, just like that. And this will kind of keep each of the hearts from moving around. It'll keep them in their spot, so that when you put it away in a box for the season, you don't pull out just like a piece of yarn and a bunch of hearts. So that will keep it where it wants to be. So next in our pattern is red. So we're going to work on the red again. The red is my least favorite yarn, unfortunately. I don't know what brand. I think it's Red Heart, ironically. Not ironic, I guess, but coincidentally. How did I just tangle this as I was putting it down? There we go. I think it's Red Heart. I don't really love it. I think I work with acrylic a lot, so I know that it's not like, oh, I hate acrylic. It's not that. I really need to fix my brightness on this face cam. My goodness. I know that's not necessarily the problem. Sorry, bear with me for a second. There. Now it'll stay like that. So I'm not like an acrylic snob or anything like that. Like, I don't mind acrylic. I use mostly acrylic. But this brand specifically is so scratchy. And I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure it's Red Heart. I don't use a lot of Red Heart. I do mostly loops and threads. So I think maybe I'm just not used to it, but like I am not loving this red. All right, so we're gonna do a tutorial heart again. For those who are joining us recently. So that you can follow along. And to keep me focused, frankly. Alright, so first things first, we're going to make a magic ring. If you don't know how to do that, I'll walk you through it slow one time, but I'm assuming most people know how to do a magic ring. So you're going to hold it like this. I have doubled up my yarn and we're using a size 6 hook. I've done this to make it larger without having to do more stitches. I prefer the chunkier yarns because it moves faster. So you're going to hold the end of your string, your yarn, like this, and you're going to wrap over the top and then parallel on your fingers there, and you're going to cross in the back. Does that make sense? So you're going to hold it with 2 fingers, wrap over the top, parallel, cross in the back. Then you're going to take your hook, and we're working on the top of the X here, not the middle or the back or the bottom. From the top of the X, you go under the first leg, grab the second, and you pull through like that, right? And then you're just gonna hold, you know, you're just gonna return to a comfortable hold here and do just a regular slip stitch. And that, you can let go of it now, is a magic ring. So one more time. So you're gonna hold it with 2 fingers, wrap over the top, parallel, make an X, go under the first set of the first X, the first line, grab the second, and twist just, you know, from upside down to right side up, and do like a loose slip knot, slip stitch, right? And then you can let go. So what I usually do is I'll, you know, hold the knot, hold the loop, the magic ring, with my middle 2 fingers, and then thread the machine. I don't know if that's an actual crochet term. My grandmother taught me that's what it's called when you like kind of manage your tension like this. She called this threading the machine. I've seen a million different ways to hold your tension. You can do however you like, but I like to hold the magic ring with my middle 2 fingers and hold my tension with my index finger like that. So for the first round, we're going to do 6 single crochets in the magic ring. There's 1, 2, and how you do this, it's just the same as a single crochet, but instead of going through, like punching through a stitch, you're just pretend that the loop itself is your stitch. You're just gonna go under it, grab the yarn, pull it through like you usually would in a single crochet, and it's just totally the same. The one thing you want to be mindful of is you want to make sure and keep a hold of these ends. Don't let it get underneath your crochet. Tighten it if you have to. You want to hold on to those ends. 1, 2, 3. We're going to do 4, 5, and a little bit slower for people who are maybe new to single crochet. You go through, grab it like this, pull through, grab, and pull through. Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. You're gonna take the ends of your magic ring and pull them tight. Just like that. Right, so now you've got this kind of crescent moon shape. You're going to do, for round 2, we're going to do 6 increases, which will result in a total of 12 stitches. So in this first one, you're just going to bridge this little gap here, go straight to the first loop, and you're just going to do a single crochet twice in the same loop. So you're going to grab both pieces of the loop, pull through here. There's 1, and now you've closed the circle. And then again in the same loop, there's 2, and there's an increase. So now something that I like to do that you don't necessarily need to do is I like when there's tails like this that you're not going to use, because there are going to be tails that we will use, but for this part, I like to kind of tuck these in and crochet over them just to sort of get them out of the way. You don't have to do this. It's mostly used in stuff that you're showing the front and the back are both visible, but since we're going to be stuffing the inside of this, you can just leave the tails. You don't have to do anything with them. I just like to do this for convenience and frankly out of habit. So we're just gonna do 6 increases all the way around, kind of covering up this tail as we go. 1, 2, and then you can use a stitch marker, of course, if you want to. But for me, I usually just count back to see how many more I have to do. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and then there's 11, which means I need 1 more increase. So there's 11 and 12. Alright, so there's round 2. Hold more slack here. So for round 3, we're just gonna do 12 single crochets in each stitch, or sorry, 1 single crochet in all 12 stitches. So there's 1, 2, 3. Oh, I lost something. There we go. 1, 2, 3. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. All right, perfect. So that is one of the top little lumps of our heart. So now we're going to pull a little bit of slack here. I usually do, 2 or 3 fingers, and then just cut that and pull the loop. So you've got it just like that. We're gonna set this one aside for a second. And we're gonna do the whole thing over again. We're gonna make a magic ring again. Again, you hold it with 2 fingers over the top, parallel on the front, crossed on the back. I'm getting under the first cross, grab the second, and slip stitch. Just like that. Thread your machine. And then we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 single crochets in the magic loop. Pull that closed. And 6 increases. All right, Chrysidia, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for the follow. I super appreciate you. Have so much fun with Baldur's Gate. Let me think. We'll probably... Let's see. I'm probably gonna go for like 2 more hours. So if you guys are still on, when I'm getting off, then I will come and join you. Have a lovely night. All right, there's our 1 increase. I'm gonna do 5 more of those. I'm gonna tuck the tail now. So what is that? 1, 2, there's 2 increases. 1, 3 increases. 1, 4, 1, 5 increase, and last one. 1. What am I caught on? Oh, oops. Had a little snag there. There's 1 and 6 increases. All right. Round 3, we're going to be doing 12 single crochets. If you're using stitch markers, that is where you would place it, is right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, move my skein a little bit. Here's 11 and 12. Do not cut this one. So that is the second lump of the heart finished now. So now we're going to go ahead and grab, here, let me move the pattern. If I could get it. Here we go. All right. So round 4. So this is going to be heart half 2 is what we're talking about. We're going to grab heart half 1 and we're going to move from the working tail. We're going to skip 3 stitches. 1, 2, 3. Insert the hook into the 4th stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4th stitch. And we're going to do 9 single crochets to lock that in place. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and when you get to 7, a lot of the times this tail will start to loosen up. You want to kind of cinch that down and hold it in place. You do want to knit your hat. I like the idea of the 44 hearts too. Yeah, of course. We do have the hat also. What is it? The pattern, if you're looking for it. But yeah, no problem. Let's see. So you're going to cinch down the tail so that everything stays tight. You got 8 and 9. Keep everything nice and tight together. All right, so now you've got these 2 that are kind of stacked on top of each other. And you're just going to move the tail out of the way for now. And then back to the second half of the heart, you're going to skip 3 again from where it's connected. So this is where it's connected here. And you're going to skip 1, 2, 3, insert the hook in 4, and do, just as before, 9 single crochets until you get to the other side of the heart. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right. We're going to pull out some slack and put our hook down for a second. Now what you're going to do is you're going to line up on the inside here the 3 stitches that you skipped on both sides. It's not going to kind of naturally align. It's going to want to sit kind of sideways like this. Make sure that you've lined up your 3 and 3 there so that your heart is not askew. And you're going to take your tails. I probably should have threaded this first, but you get the point. So we're going to thread our needle here. And then line up our 3 skipped stitches. So we've got 1, 2, 3 on both sides. And we are going to, can you see it if I put it like right there? Yeah. So we're going to go through just the inside side of this stitch and out the inside side of the other side stitch. Lots of sides. You get what I'm saying? So you're going to go through just the inside loop of the stitch. And you're going to pull that through and do that on all 3. So just on the inside, and you come out on the first stitch. Here's 2 and here's 3, just the inside 2. Just like that. And then you want to tie it off. Looks just a little bit like the inside of a tomato with this red. It's kind of cute. It makes me want to crochet like a salad. You're back. Have you seen the mini melt the ice hats for handbags and keychains? That is so cute. No, I haven't seen those. Definitely share. I don't know if you're in our Discord yet, but that would be a fun thing to put in there. Let's see. Okay, so what am I doing? We're moving on to the next part here. Why would it not go? There we go. Yeah, I'll definitely need to find that. That sounds super cute. Alright, so for round 5, we're going to do 3 single crochets and then decrease 7 single crochets, decrease. So depending on your tension, like that's what it should look like if you have similar tension to me. But basically we just want to decrease at the very edges of the heart, so on the very, very sides. So if that's more or less than 3, just make sure that it lines up on the sides. So mine are going to be, we're going to decrease these 2. So for me that is 3. 1, 2, 3, and then decrease on the side here. So for anybody who doesn't know, I'll help you with Discord. Oh, it's alright if you don't want to. That's where like all of the community chatting, like when we're offline, that's how we'll be able to kind of message each other. It's kind of like a private Facebook account, which is pretty neat. But that's where all of our like, it's going to be like our own private Ravelry where we'll have all of our own all of the patterns that we make on this, because I write my own patterns for the majority of my work, and all of those patterns are going to be on our Discord channel, like our private Facebook. But yeah, it's not Facebook, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah, so you're definitely welcome to join. It would be fun. All right. So for those of you who don't know, we're going to, or how to do this, we are going to do an invisible decrease. So that, I'll show you compared to a regular decrease so that you can see the difference. But we're trying to make these 2 stitches into 1 for the next round. So usually you would go through just like a single crochet and pull through a loop, but then instead of pulling through, you would go through the second one. So you have 3 here on your hook, and then you would grab and pull through, and that's how you do a decrease. So the problem with these in like plushie creation, like this works, you know, pretty standard. It's totally fine to use it that way if that's easier for you. It does make a bulkier stitch, and there is like a lot of yarn there. So what a lot of people who do plushies prefer is the invisible decrease. And to do that, you're going to go through, you're going to grab just the front half of this stitch, just the front half, and you're going to grab, oh no, I lied to you. So just the front half of this stitch, and then also the front half of this stitch. So you're going to grab just the front half of the next 2 stitches and pull yarn through and do basically a single crochet. And the cool thing about that is it doesn't really use any additional yarn, so it doesn't create a bulky stitch, and it blends really nicely into the fabric as you move past it. It's really hard to tell that it's even happened, which is nice. It allows you to shape it without having like little bobbles everywhere. So yeah, perfect. Well, cool. It would definitely be cool of you to join for sure. Alright, so we're going to do single crochets all the way through the front of the heart until we get to the other side where we're going to do another single, or invisible decrease. So like I said, if you have the same or similar tension, let's see, for, uh-oh, it says that I lost you. Are we still on? Looks fine. Sorry, I just got a disconnection notification. I'm just checking everything real fast. Everything seems okay. I'm just gonna keep going. Alright, there's 6 and 7. Alright, and then we are going to do the invisible decrease again. We're going to grab just the front half of one stitch, just the front half of the next stitch, and pull through. There's our decrease. And then we're just going to go around to the front, or to the start of our round, which should be about 4 single crochets. Just like that. Great. So for the remainder of this pattern, we're just going to be doing 2 single crochets and then a decrease, repeated until we only have 6 stitches remaining. So let me center that. So I have the rounds there if you want to keep track of it, but basically it's just going to be 2 and then 1, 2 and then 1, 2 and then 1 until you've only got 6 left. Sound has been a little choppy, starts for a second. Oh, that's weird. I will definitely look into that on the next video. We're still kind of, this is only the 3rd time we've gone live, so I'm still kind of optimizing. Thank you for the heads up. I will need to test that. Alright, 1, 2 single crochets, and an invisible decrease. And this is just going to allow us to kind of steadily get a little smaller and smaller and smaller until we can close up the end. One, 2, and decrease. I think that you repeat it like a total of 8 times. Oh, thank you. I try. Honestly, I was kind of sitting in I was trying to decide if I even, it's been kind of a roller coaster for me getting started on this community, because I do a lot of crocheting, and I also do a lot of being sad about current events. And so I was like, what if while I'm crocheting I could talk to other people who are also unhappy with current events? Because in my immediate life, I am surrounded by people. Fortunately, my husband is with me on this. He's against ICE and against the terror and all that. But a lot of people in my family I am not safe to talk about my unhappiness with. And so it felt very pertinent to me to create a space where I could not only kind of clear my thoughts, or clear my mind, and get my thoughts out there into the world. Even if nobody watched it, it's just nice to talk, nice to get your thoughts out, and have it recorded. And in addition to that, I just wanted to create like a cozy space for people to form a community when there isn't one naturally present. And you know, because for me, there isn't really a naturally present community of people who feel this way for me. And so I kind of rushed starting it. I wasn't completely finished. Everything is a little bit messy. Real fast, when you get to about a finger width is when you want to start stuffing it. So you want to pack it firmly, but you don't want the polyfill to show through the cracks, so don't pack it too firmly. Looks like I need some more. I will be right back. Gotta go to my polyfill box. I should just pull the box over. Okay. Let's see, now I've got a chunk of fluff here. There we go. And we're gonna just slightly overfill this so that when we finish the end, we can kind of squish the polyfill around and get it into the end piece, which won't otherwise be stuffed. So stuff it where you would like the tension to be, probably right about there for me, and then just a little bit more for the edge. There. Alright, and now we're just going to continue our same pattern. We're going to do 2 single crochets and then an invisible decrease. That's how you came up in my feed last night, crochet and melt the ice. Ton of fiber channels that are silent right now. I know. That's the same thing with me. I have a lot of channels that I just can't watch. Like, I can't watch people who just can pretend that nothing's happening. Like, how can you just... And I know a lot of channels that specifically say, like, no politics talk. And they're like, we're trying to keep this a safe space. And it's like, okay, but do you realize that by excluding talk about what you call politics, what I call morals, excluding conversation about that, it just... It really alienates a lot of people who are feeling really badly right now, and I just couldn't do it. I have some people that I love, some creators that I love to watch, and I just can't watch them because the silence is so deafening, and I just can't do it. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna pretend that I'm just here to crochet. Like, I feel like what this channel is a safe place. And I feel like people, like if people just want a crochet channel and they don't want to talk about what's going on in the world, they can go and do that. That's fine. There's plenty of channels who are ignoring all of the terrible things that are going on right now, but that is not, I can't do it. I can't even imagine doing that. I can't imagine not talking, not speaking out to make people comfortable. But like, who are you making comfortable? You know what I mean? Like, people who are staying silent so that people can remain comfortable. The only people that are comfortable with silence are the ones that are complicit. Everybody else is uncomfortable with the silence. Yes, same. Okay. They read scriptures, and I'm a Christian. Me too. But for me, this is part of my Christianity. Yes. Thank you, Dawn. You're my best friend now. I hope you come to every stream. Yeah, no, that's... So I live in Utah. And Utah is extremely Christian. And it is so crazy because they're also extremely Republican, and I do not understand that. I can't understand. Because, like, I'm sorry, all of the red text, everything that Jesus ever said was so far against everything that is happening right now. And my mom, I kid you not, I don't even know if I can tell you this story without getting mad about it. So I asked my mom, like, what about love thy neighbor, right? Most basic thing he taught, right? I'm like, what about love thy neighbor? You always taught me that Jesus said, love thy neighbor. That nothing else matters if you can't do that. And my mom, straight up, and with full seriousness, said that she said, like, what did she even say? Because I don't want to misrepresent her, but, like, I was so frustrated. She literally was like, well, I don't think he meant, like, immigrants. She's like, well, you know, our neighbors are like the people who live next to us, like the people who are supposed to live next to us, not the people who are living next to us illegally. like, my mom literally thinks that love thy neighbor means love the neighbor that is supposed to be there? Like, by what freaking logic? And I was like, no, because because we read the King James Version. Yeah, how do people not see it? It's crazy. So we read the King James Version, and it has, slightly different, a little bit more like old-timey, like very, very old translation. And so, like, the part of the Bible where it literally says, like, you will treat the foreigner, when a foreigner comes into your home, you will treat them as you would like to be treated, and you would treat them well, I can't remember the exact, I'm sorry, I should study the Bible more, but you know what I'm talking about. It's, you will treat the foreigner as your own, or, as what you have done to, you get the point what I'm trying to say? So in the King James Version, it doesn't say foreigner, it says stranger. And so my mom believes that discrepancy means, yes, Leviticus, thank you. Yeah, I can't remember the exact wording, but you know what I'm talking about. So my mom thinks that because the King James Version says stranger instead of foreigner, that it's literally talking about your like nation, your national like kin who physically live close to you. Like, what? Like, I'm so like, and I even asked her, I'm like, Vampy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, friend. But I even asked my mom, like, how in the world do you think he could literally mean, like, literally the person next to you? And, like, not all people. And she just, like, literally, like, there's no thoughts there. She literally thinks that love thy neighbor means love the person who is immediately next to you. Like, I have no words. And I'm like, by that logic, Jesus would not have loved Americans because they were far away. So, like, the mental backflips you have to do to make Christianity line up for these, like, Christian nationalists, it's, like, crazy backflips you have to do. It's good to see what they were being taught in some of these churches, right? It's so upsetting. Oh, we finished this heart. I didn't even realize we finished this heart. I may have been talking through the end of this. So if you need me to if anybody watching needs me to walk through this, we've done like 12 hearts on stream today. So if you're watching the video replay, I do plan on making a tutorial out of this video. So I'll just not use that end, I'll use a different end. But I was supposed to talk you through that. So hopefully nobody was following along and got lost. But basically, you keep going until there's only 6 loops left, and then you cut it and sew the ends and pull it tight and tuck it in. I hope that was clear for everybody who watches this video back later and might be following along. That's what I did. Yeah, you know, I didn't mean to become a preacher. Oh boy. But man, in a world that is misrepresenting everything we stand for, like, you kind of feel like you have to be a preacher. You know what I mean? Alright. And then again, for people who are following along later, or now, to string these on, I usually go in from the end here with the magic ring. I just go on the far right side, and then come out on the far left side of the magic rings. And that is high enough up that when you go to hang it on the wall or something, it will always be right side up. If you go too far down, a lot of the times it'll be top heavy and it'll flip upside down. So, there you go. And then I am doing these all tangled. The downside to doing something like this is that garlands tangle so easily. All right. So, yeah, so my spacing, we're doing a little bit more than 4 fingers, just like that. And then I am going in to just like grab a piece of yarn from the stitch right below where it comes out and just doing a little knot here so that the hearts don't move around once you have got them on there. Because heaven knows this is going to be a very tangly project and we don't want to make it worse. So just like that. So let's see, the next color is the sparkly pink on my pattern. So I think I already have one of those. Ugh. Oh my gosh, they're so heavy. Okay, let's see. All right, sparkly pink and then a white. I have a white. And then the dark pink, I have one of those too. And then we'll do another red. What am I doing? Sparkly pink. All right. So again, just going through on the far right of the magic circle, coming out on the far left magic circle. And then 4 finger length. I'm doing mine very large because I want it to cross like my entire wall. So, you know, you can figure out the spacing that works for you. We're also, on mine, I am doing 44 hearts. And the reason we're doing 44 hearts, for anybody who's joining us late, is kind of as a visual representation for the amount of lives that have been lost to ice since 2025. So since this current regime. And the reason that it's relevant, I do kind of want to talk about this for a second while I'm stringing these. The reason that this is relevant is that, you know, people die in prison all the time. It happens. And we would be foolish to assume that it's always natural, or that it's not because of bad conditions. There are especially, you know, some holding places like, what is it called? East California or West? I don't remember. No, Montana? East Montana? Holding facility in Texas that is notably terrible, and everybody knows that it's like just an absolute human rights disaster. So there's a lot of places like that where like people dying is often because of mistreatment or because of poor conditions. And that happens, and it sucks, and I hate it, and our system is messed up. But what's especially relevant about this current regime is that the average deaths at the hands of ICE over the last 2 decades has been 7 to 10. Last year, it was 36. And this year, let me say this right, this last month, because it has been 1 month and 6 days, already 8 people have died. 8 people have died at the hands of ICE or in ICE custody this last month. Like, that's insanity. And to be clear on this, this is not necessarily a memorial for those who have passed away, because some of them were in prison and deserved to be there. There were at least 2 or 3 that were child SA cases, and I'm not going to do a memorial for child SA offenders. So what this is more a visual representation of how this regime is enabling hatred and violence. Like, they only physically shot 2 of them publicly. But a lot of them were weird suicides and like weird, like he just suddenly had crazy heart problems, but then his family will say he's never had heart problems before being arrested. So like a lot of things are really very strange. And I think most crimes, in my opinion, except for child SA, do not deserve the death penalty. A lot of people were in there because of DUIs, which is not good. Not a good thing, and I'm not advocating for that. Did they deserve to die because they had a DUI? No. So that is what these parts are. It's just that a lot of these people did not deserve what happened to them, and it's more a quantification of how much this regime is enabling certain people who are pretending to be law enforcement to just kill brown people. Just like, and this is proof because the average is 7. Like, I'll go higher here. The average is 10. Last year they did 36. Like, that is enabled cruelty. Cruel people are being enabled, and that is what this is. So, of course, it's for Valentine's Day. When my mother comes to my house, I will tell her it's for Valentine's Day. When somebody who is, like, aware, who is wise to what's happening comes in, I will say, yeah, that's a visual representation of everybody that Trump has allowed ICE to kill because of enabling violence. And unfortunately, I am going to continue adding to this throughout the year. It is a Valentine's Day decoration, but it's probably going to stay up here for 4 years. 3 more years. This is going to be up in my house, and it's going to get longer and longer and longer. But you know, I posted in our description, the cracks in the facade are starting to show. There's infighting. They officially ruled, I don't know if everybody heard this, they officially ruled the Alex Preddy, what do you even call it? What's an appropriate word? Execution as a homicide, which is great. That means that there's like some accountability there, hopefully, maybe. So we're moving in the right direction, and there is hope, and that's why I picked hearts. It's not because it's February, but because there is hope. And we're doing something about this, you know, we're not doing nothing. This feels good. We want this to feel good. So it'll get better. But until then, ICE accountability. Visual representation of the issues. You did not know these figures. Are you sure? I'm not a progressive. Oh, I'm definitely progressive. 100% I'm progressive. I'm just not a Democrat. Because I feel like Democratic leaders need to be doing more for us. And I feel like they're not, because they are bought and paid for by the same millionaires, or billionaires, sorry, nothing wrong with being a millionaire. Millionaire is fine. But they're bought and paid for by the same billionaires that bought and paid for Donald Trump and Vance. Like, the same buyers have bought both sides. So, like, I can't get behind being a Democrat, but I am progressive and I am pro-democracy. Two-party system is a joke. That's how I feel about it. I don't know. Hopefully, I was gonna say, like, hopefully another party will come out, but honestly, maybe we can just kill the party system. Like, maybe we can just leave it in the past where it needs to be. I don't know. I'd like to see it. We'll see. I don't know if the super PACs will let us do that, but if we took out the super PACs, I don't know. Food for thought. Alright. So we need more red ones. So we're gonna make another red one. But look how cute this is. Look, it's coming along. Let me trade cameras here. Yeah, look how cute. It's coming along. And I wanted this to be cute. It's very sad, but it needs to be hopeful. And I think that this was a good medium for what I was trying to share here. Look how cute. Aw. That's pretty good. getting tangled. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna steal my needle back and we are gonna make a red one. I want to time myself this time. I want to see how fast I can do it, because I think I can do it in 20 minutes, but we'll see. How's the lighting? It looks like the camera is not liking this LED. Is that coming through on the stream, or is it just me? Oh, there is a little bit of flickering, isn't there? Is it okay if I just take this off? Oh, no, that looks like a horror movie. Putting that back. Alright, I need to get a second light. One that has a different refresh rate as my camera, I guess. Anyway. Alright, let me see. Sorry, just setting up my stuff that I just broke. Okay. Yes, too dark. Yeah, definitely was too dark. I did not want to start seeing ghosts in my camera. Alright, perfect. Yeah, there's a little bit of flickering on this door here, but if it doesn't bug you guys, it doesn't bug me. Alright, I'm gonna see how fast we can do this now. So we're gonna switch back to our crocheting stream. And it's way too slow. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna probably just kind of abandon the pattern. If anybody is following along either now or during the replay, the full pattern can be found in the description. If you are on Twitch, the pattern can be found in our About section. So follow with that, because I'm going to kind of abandon the one that's on screen for just a minute so that I can see how fast I can go. I'm not going to go like crazy though. I'm just going to do like my regular crochet speed. We'll see what happens. Okay, so it's 6:30. So I think I can do this in 20 minutes. Let's see. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. All right, 1. Two. Oops. 1, 3. What just happened? I just got snagged somewhere. Let's see. Here we go. 3. 1, 4, 1, 5, and here is 6. And then we are single crochets all the way around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and there's our first one done. Pull some yarn. I think fighting with this skein is honestly gonna be what takes the most time for me. Here we go. Ah, shoot. I just ruined everything. Here we go. Fixed it. Alright. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. One, 2, 1, 3 increases, 1, 4, 1, 5. Somebody is calling me like a lot. One and 6. All right, and singles around. 1. Whoops. 1. Shoot, that one's kind of tight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Nice. Pull some slack here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep getting kind of snagged on the one behind me here. I think that's one of the downsides to doubling up the yarn, is that it's kind of hard a little bit. And I could probably just go up a hook size, but I don't want it to be like too loose. One, 2, 3, 4. Hello.
Hello.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
I bring some comfort food for your comfort stream.
Aw, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
I love you.
Might need to take a comfort food break in just a second. Deborah, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, friend. All right, let's see. Where am I? I think we just finished. Yes. It's distracted by food. It's a problem. All right. Let's see. So what are we at right now? 10 minutes? Yeah, I think I can do this in 15 or in 20 minutes. Maybe less. I don't know. We'll see. It'd be cool if I could do it in 15, but I don't think so. All right. There. All right, there's the top done in 10 minutes. I feel like that's the most time consuming part, so maybe we can finish it in 5 minutes. Let's see. I kind of doubt it. I think 20 minutes is probably where we're going to land, but that is still pretty good. Here, and then 7 over here. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and actually, you know what? I kind of wonder. I'm gonna do it a little early. Breaking the rules a little bit. It might be lopsided, but I think that that's a little bit more lined up. And then 1, 2, 3. Oh, but there's still 4 on this side, so I actually might have missed a stitch somewhere. That's not good, but it's 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, I just moved the decrease a little bit too far on that side. That's okay. All right. Kirby, hello! Welcome back. Didn't know I'd still be streaming. Yeah, I probably will go for another hour or so. We started later, so I have plenty of time. Let's see, 1, 2. And decreases. Right now I am timing myself on how quickly I can do a heart. And I'm guessing 20 minutes. And right now we are at 12 minutes. So my goodness, we might do 15 minutes. I doubt it. We'll see. We'll see. I'm also trying not to rush too fast because I want to know, like, if I were to do this on my own, because we probably won't stream this for multiple days. Next week we're going to move to the frogs. So when I'm doing this on my own, like listening to my music and just crocheting to finish the project, like what will that look like as far as like my probable time consumed? And I'm thinking it'll be 20 minutes a heart. But we made great progress. Like, I wish I had kept account of how many hearts we had done today, because we did like a chunk. We did several. The lulling from the inside and outside of one skein, yes, definitely slow you down for sure. It's slowing me down. Yeah, for this project, I'm kind of trying to not purchase a lot of things right now. I'm trying to not contribute to the economy. So a lot of these projects are going to be done with yarn that I already have, unless I specifically, for my own reasons, want to go and get something else. So I'm sort of boycotting everything that's not like a small business at this point. So I need to go, maybe I'll just go and find like a yarn, like someone who dyes their yarn locally. There's gotta be one in Utah. I'm sure there is. But that might be where I go to get yarn for a little while until I feel like I can support the billionaires again. I don't know, I'm really mad at them. I'm mad at them for doing this to us. Yeah, like I can't afford hand-dyed yarn, but I will make that happen if I need to not go to Walmart or Michael's for a while. Like, you know what I mean? So, that's where I'm at right now. Though I did go to Michael's yesterday. My dearest sister works there, and she was able to get me like 3 skeins of yarn for free. And I was super psyched about that. So like, I'll take their stuff as long as I'm not giving them my money. so that's like the one exception. You have a law in New York City that prevents big A corps from making really large stores protect small businesses. I love that. How are you liking Mondani? I totally forgot to ask you about if you've noticed any changes. I guess the big changes right now are the bus schedules and the like universal daycare. I don't think you guys use, right? You guys, your family doesn't have babies, right? Me too, twin, me too. I love it. Ah, see, this is the community that I needed. When I was thinking about starting this, I'm like, you know, I just need people that I can say my crazy thoughts to. Crazy thoughts like, I think that people should be able to work one job and afford a house. I think that children should not have to starve. I think that children should not have to pay for a doctor when they are sick. Crazy, crazy things that I'm saying. I think that maybe we shouldn't eat babies. Weird, I know, but like... What I do is pull from the outside and the inside and make a double ball first, yes. And then it goes faster. I usually do that. I don't have like a yarn winder. I want my husband to 3D print me one. We have like a 3D printer set up back here also. I keep trying to get him to 3D print me a yarn winder so I don't have to wind it by hand, because when I wind it by hand, I just always end up making a mess. So, but usually, when I get down to like half a skein and it starts falling apart, I'll rewind it myself. That's what I did with the darker pink, which I am now out of. So, I think abusive parents should step on Legos. You animal! How could you? Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think Christians should be more like Jesus. All of these weird leftist things to say. I don't know. 1, 2 single crochets, and here we are. There's our last one. Did we make it? Almost. Let's see. We're at 17 minutes and I'm finishing up, so let's see if we can do it in 18. So definitely 20 is what I'm learning. And also I kind of talked to you guys, so who knows, maybe I could do it in 19. Did you know it takes 2 people to 3D print a human? It does. It does. I have tested that theory actually twice. Shocked when some politician said, "Who said a wage should be livable?" I know! Like, what's the point? What's the point of working if you can't afford to live? I don't understand it. That is like the craziest thing to me. And people in my family will say that I'm like a socialist because I think a burger flipper from McDonald's should be able to buy their own apartment on just that burger flipping wage. And apparently that's crazy. But I'm like, yeah, what's the point of a job? What is the point of having a job if you can't afford to live on that job? And then I ask him, like, are you saying that every single person who's flipping burgers should just stop doing that? Like, are we saying that food services is an industry that we could do without? No, nobody would ever suggest that we should get rid of all restaurants. If we need them, then we need to pay them. Like, I understand if you're paying a bunch of people to draw pictures that you don't need, then yeah, maybe you're just helping them out by paying them a little. But if it's an industry where we would not give it up, like food services, you're not going to give up your Taco Bell, you're not going to give up your tropical smoothie cafe, then you need to pay them enough to survive doing that job. Like, we've already discussed that that job is necessary, or that it's important, or that it's worth it. So pay them enough to do it. Like, why is that so polarizing? I don't understand. It makes me so mad. I don't understand it. Sorry, that's one that gets me fired up. Like, I will die on the hill that burger flippers should make enough money to buy at least an apartment. At least a modest apartment and food and healthcare. Like, yes, you should be able to survive on any wage. Unbelievable. Alright, there it is. 20 minutes. I did it. Yay. I have a beef with a system that fails the mentally ill. Oh my gosh. Kirby, okay, y'all are triggering me at this point. Did you know? Here's one that's gonna break your heart. You guys might already know this. Did you know that the majority of homeless people, overwhelming majority, I'm not talking 50%, I'm talking overwhelming majority of homeless people are veterans and people who have aged out of the foster system? Did you know that statistic? The majority of homeless people are veterans and people who have aged out of the foster system. Let that sink in for a second. Like, we are failing our children and nobody cares. The amount of money that it's taking to pay ICE to kill people, 1/10 of that money could house every single homeless person. Did you know that one? It's crazy. So this is not about cleaning up our streets, and it's not about helping our people. It's about brutality. It's the only point here, is brutality. There is something seriously wrong here. I agree. So, like, the homeless are people who have given basically their entire lives for this country. Half of them are people who gave their lives for this country. And the other half are people, children, that we failed. Like, I will never not be mad. Like, I am extremely pissed off about that statistic. It's like my least favorite one. I will never be okay. Those who claim to be pro-life do jack shit about children who are already born. I know. It's crazy how the pro-lifers are the ones pretending the Epstein files don't exist. That's weird. Ha! Yeah, now I'm all mad. How can I be crocheting hearts and be so mad? Alright. Let's see, so we need a sparkly pink heart. Oh, and we need a white. Alright. So we can string our sparkly pink one, and then we'll make a white one. We're almost there. Almost done with the ones that I've pre-made, at least. Start catching hands with the unjust. If I weren't so violently against violence, I tell ya. Well, that's why I was saying, like, I do kind of, I don't know, all of my anti-violence tendencies goes out the freaking window when kids are getting hurt. Like, I am the most anti-violent person you will ever meet. Unless I'm face to face with someone on the Epstein files. Like, I can't. Like, Like, for a long time, I thought people who... I need to be careful about these words. People who wished harm on certain people, I was like, that's too far. Like, I don't know if that person should be hurt or murdered. I think they just need to be brought to justice. But I'm officially at the point where, like, freaking... I don't even care. Eat the rich. Like, I don't even care. I got this right? Yeah, white's next. Alright, almost there. Alright, we gotta mess with our weird white. This thing is so uncomfortable. I don't know what happened here. I don't know why this is this way. Oh, that was cool. My camera arm is a guitar, apparently. That's fun. Alright, let's see what's going on here. This is like all kinds of weird. I don't know. Why did I do this? Did I do this? Did I inherit this yarn or did I do this? I don't know what happened here. That's weird. That's a weird skein. I need to reball that for sure. There. All right. To recenter ourselves here. Here, let me catch up with chat for just a second. I remember the first time my son stepped on his son's Lego. I was like, yes! Revenge! I love it. Revenge is sweet. That is so cute. Oh boy. Is it so much to ask to live like Thanos in the beginning of Endgame? I have not seen Endgame, so you're gonna have to elaborate on that one, sorry. Even nice people have a limit. They have a limit break. I agree. I'm not a nice person though. I can be kind. I strive to be a kind person, but I am not nice very often. Nice equals compliant. Kind means caring. I am not nice. I'm not a nice girl. I protest. It's the cutest heart garland. Isn't it cute? I am obsessed with it. It makes me sad, but I love it and it gives me hope. The point of it is that it's so cute, it gives me hope, but I'm also overwhelmingly aware of what it signifies. So it's important for both ways. Have you forgotten that Trump wants to give new parents $1,000? What that will pay for formula and diapers? Yeah. I hate that argument. My mom uses that against me all the time. She's like, whenever I'm like, but the atrocities though, she's like, but haven't you seen all the good he's doing? Didn't you see you're gonna get a tax break because you have 2 kids? I'm like, I can't afford to survive. Do you think $1,000 is gonna do anything for me? That's like 3 meals. Like, that's nothing. Stop pretending like you're helping. You're not helping. Unbelievable. I'm so frustrated. Like, some people just have no idea what it takes to survive. Like, because my parents are doing okay. Like, all of the kids have moved out. They both have jobs. Like, they're doing all right. And I think that they feel like because they're doing all right, that things are all right. Things are not all right. Millennials are dying. We have literally been priced out of the housing market. I've been priced out of my own town. Like, I can't live in my hometown because I can't afford it, and they did that to me on purpose, and I'm having a really hard time dealing with that. I like that thinking, the difference between nice and kind. Yeah, I've gotten really specific about my words recently because I'm so frequently misunderstood. Honestly, I think that's what it comes from, is that when I'm having a conversation with people who disagree with me, they will jump on every single opportunity. If I use slightly the wrong word, they'll just jump all over that word, and I'm like, you're missing my entire point because I used slightly the wrong word. So it's almost like a trauma response for me. Oh, I get you. I feel people misunderstand me too. So it's kind of a trauma response for me to be very, very selective about my words. And the solution is either be smarter about your words or don't talk. And I will not stay silent. Like, they want me to be silent, but I can't do that. So I won't. So I had to be very selective about my words. And as a result of that, I've just gotten really, really picky about how I describe myself and how other people describe me and how I describe other people. And it's just, descriptions are very, very important. And nice is not necessarily a good description to use for a person. And I know, and I'm not saying this to you, like, I'm not offended that you called me nice. Like, I appreciate you because I'd get what you were trying to say. But when somebody is described as nice, they're like, yeah, she's nice. She's nice, but she's nice. What? There's nothing about her? She's just nice? Like, no. I want people to describe me as kind. I want to be kind. But I also want to be formidable. And I want to be feared by my fascist enemies. And I want to be direct, and I want to be disgustingly well-read, and I want to be, like, descriptions. Descriptions are important. If you haven't picked the descriptions for yourself, I advise everybody to do that. It's important. Figure out what you want to be, how you want to be described, and then do those things on purpose. There's actually a book that I have never read, but kind of like matched my energy on the concept that I'm sure is an amazing book, but it's called Not Nice, and it's basically like how to not be the nice girl. And I've heard amazing things about it. I just have not gotten around to that one yet. So I'm sure it's amazing. Not gonna lie, I feel like, oh, sorry, I'm behind a little bit. I was talking with somebody about my feelings for a person, but like it somehow gets read as I'm seeing them as an object, but I'm not, or I don't think so at least. I hate that. I'm sorry. Yeah. Words are hard, and honestly, text is really, really difficult for perception. Because everybody reads text from their own unique perspective of the world, which we know is vastly different. Even if you agree on things, we're going to have very different perspectives of the world, and that means that the way we read text is going to be vastly different from each other. So, yeah, it's hard. Not gonna lie, I feel like the nice adjective became a misogynist undertone, unfortunately. 100%. I had not thought of it that way, but I totally agree with you. I think this might be like a weird cut. I guess it's kind of relevant, actually. So I've been watching A Handmaid's Tale. I picked a really bad time in history to start reading start watching A Handmaid's Tale. Just barely started it. It's a really, really hard show. Like, if you haven't seen it, It's really, really hard. But they use nice girl to describe the women who are compliant a lot in that show. And it's like really gross. Like it feels gross. And it's like, it's basically like calling a boy, like if you went up to a man and you're like, good boy. Like feels the same way to me at this point. On that note, I actually have started using good boy to like respond to bootlickers who comment on my stuff. Because I run an anti-gerrymandering local, like Utah local Facebook group. Long story, but Utah is going through some serious corruption issues, and there is a group here who is trying to stop them from doing that, and I run their Facebook page. And so I've started using like good boy and like good boy, lick that boot, and you're working exactly as they intended you, as like ways to laugh at people who are trying to like come after us. And it has been so effective. Like fascist men do not like being called good boy. It's a good line. So if anybody comes after you for posting on Facebook about human rights or anything like that, you just say, good boy, get to licking, and they, every time, it's so good. Absolutely precious. There are good boys and there are good boys. I agree. And there is a difference. Oh my goodness, this skein is gonna give me a heart attack. Ah. What is this? It makes me so upset. Oh. Let's see, let's switch so we can see. Alright. If you get a heart attack, we have several crochet hearts to replace it. Huh. You're right. We definitely do. I think I would pick one of the pink sparkly ones. I think that's where I'd go with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this lighting is not too bad. I do need to figure out an alternative for this LED panel because it's making the door, like it's matching the frame rate of my camera too closely. So I'm probably gonna need to figure out another light source for my left side. But it actually is not too bad. Yeah, it feels nice. It feels like nighttime. It feels sleepy. At least on the table? What do you mean? That the lighting on the table is nice? Yeah, I think so too. For sure. I want to get what I would like. So here's kind of my visual sort of vision for this screen. I want to backlight it somehow. So I'm thinking, because this light that I have on my left side is an LED panel, which is very, very bright, and it's meant for lighting outdoors, and it's on its dimmest setting right now, and it's so bright. Like, look at this. You ready? Like, I can't even get it on camera because the cord is too short. There we go. Look at this. it's flippin' insanity. Like, what is that? So this is what I'm using to light my left side. I have it turned around and it's facing the corner of the wall, and it's on its dimmest setting and it's facing the corner. And that's like, Bob, you're getting raptured. Yeah, see, it's a problem. But yeah, so what I want to do is mount that to the ceiling right there, or maybe even put it on the floor here in this darker corner, like right there, and have it kind of light the crafty space, because that's like my pretty rainbow of yarn and my chunky yarn and some projects back there and our 3D printer. So like, I want the background to pop a little more, and this is definitely the light to do it because it lights really well from a distance. But if I turn that off, then I look like I'm in a like horror situation. So unfortunately, I need it there, but I want it back there. So I'm gonna mess with it and we'll have it set up properly by next week for sure. Hopefully, if I can find a good lamp. I got this one, which I really like actually. This one here is new from last week. And it's dimmable and it's adjustable and it's really light. And it's nice because it's like bright enough that it covers, like that it lights my face, but also is bendy, so it lights the workspace really nicely. But it was also $50, which is too many dollars. That's too many for a lamp. Like, I'm sorry. Like, being dimmable isn't that impressive. It's 2026. But yeah, so I need to get another one, but probably not that same one. I want to just get like ring lights, but I refuse to buy from Amazon, and I don't know where else to get those. Like, it's so specialized. I can't just go to Best Buy like you used to be able to. When did seeing become DLC? Honestly, what? No, to be fair, this is like, so I got this at a craft store, and it's like specifically, like, it's a niche lamp, so it's not just a lamp. And so because it's specifically for crafting, they think that they can charge extra for it. And I was like, okay. And so I did it because I needed a lamp and because I refused to buy from Amazon. So, yeah, that's the situation. If I can find a place to buy local, like, ring lights, like, maybe I'll go to, like, there's gotta be, like, an RC Willie's, but, like, not a chain store, you know what I mean? Like, there's gotta be, like, a small lighting store somewhere, I don't know. The silver lining within the political and economic turmoil is we have dark humor. Oh, you know, honestly, that is my whole thing with the frogs. So, I don't know if, was it you I was talking to the frogs, talking about with the frogs? I can't remember. But, it might have been Bisbee, actually. I can't remember. But my favorite is the credit card declined meme. Oh yeah, the like, why don't you just replace it? And then she's like, your credit card declined. And she's like, that one? That's a good one if that's what you're talking about. But, yeah, I think, so next week is a good time to mention, ignore my weird yarn skein. I'm trying to fix it. So next week we are going to be doing frogs, because I feel like, as much as I love the ice hats, I feel like our generation needs to pick our own thing, you know, like, and I'm not saying that the ice hats aren't working or that they're not effective, not at all. I think that that's perfect. I think anything that people latch onto is effective. But I do think that we should, you know, make our own thing, make a symbol out of something that is happening organically today. And something that is happening organically today is that ice keeps arresting people in inflatable frog suits, which is so flippin' silly. And it just kind of shows that, like, it just kind of, I feel like all of the videos of ice hauling off these, like, inflatable frog suit wearing people, it's like they're so anti-violent that they are literally in a silly costume, and you're still thinking that it's, like, worth your time to arrest these people. Like, that is so silly. And so I feel like the frog has kind of become a little bit of a symbol of, like, peaceful defiance, and also kind of a way to laugh at ice because of how ridiculous they are being, that they would literally arrest people in inflatable frog suits. So I kind of feel like the frog is a really good symbol of our specific resistance. And so in light of me feeling that way, next week we are going to be crocheting. I'm gonna make a super simple frog pattern that literally anyone can pick up and do anytime. And I'll do, like, with minimal resources, cheapest you can possibly do, like, just the simplest frog. And the idea will be to do it in colors of, like, trans rights flags and like the watermelon, like making a watermelon frog in solidarity with Palestine, for the Palestinian flag looks like watermelon, and like a rainbow frog and stuff like that, and you know, Latin American flags, people who are being sent away. Come on here and frog a project. Frog a project, I love it. Yeah, but that's kind of what I want to do, is just like frog, like solidarity frogs. And then what I want to do, if enough, like if it catches on, what I'm gonna do and what I hope other people will do is, like, take those frogs, the teeny crocheted, just like maybe that big crocheted frogs, and that's a dad joke. I love it. A dad crochet joke. Frog a project. We frogged one. We frogged the pink heart at the beginning. When I ran out of yarn, we had to frog one. So, but yeah. So what I'm hoping is, like, what I'm gonna do with them is I'm just gonna crochet like 100 frogs, different solidarity colors and different flags and stuff like that, and, like, bring them to protests, and, like, leave them at my city hall, and leave them at my, like, state building, and, like, leave them, like, just all over the place, in, like, at police stations and on ICE's doorstep, because we've got an ICE facility here in Utah, unfortunately. I think everybody does, but it bugs me that we do, because whatever. But yeah, so I'm just gonna, like, start leaving them all over the place. So, yeah, that's what we're doing next week. We're making frogs. But the whole point is to make them with colors that you already have. So, like, if you have enough, like, if you have colors to do a rainbow frog and do it in solidarity, great. If not, just pick your favorite color. That's also fine. Like, that's what we're doing next week. A fellow dad joker. Yes, Kirby will be a fan. Favorite music genre is frog rock. Oh no. But so my sister, who works at Michael's, she was able to get me, like, essentially 3, like, free skeins of yarn. I went and got like 3 skeins that I've been looking at and I've been kind of eyeballing, and I've really wanted basically my favorite yarn, my favorite potential yarn that I've never used or had a use for, but have always liked and wanted. 2, 3. And I finally got all 3 of my favorite yarn that I've ever seen, my favorite yarn colors that I've ever seen and never been able to use. I have them now, and I'm so excited. So that's what I'm going to use to make frogs. That, and then I think I have enough to pull together for a rainbow. Let's see, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, kind of a purple. I have like a lilac purple. I might not have that's probably fine. People will get it. So I might do the gay flag, a gay flag frog. Let me think. I've got light pink, dark pink, orange and red. I could do a lesbian frog. I have blue and pink and white. I can do trans. So there's a couple. I think I could probably do quite a few. So, but I need to figure out what to do and get it written down and everything. So, but yeah, that's what we're doing next week, and I'm super psyched about it. I'm actually so excited about the frog project that I actually almost didn't do this hearts project. I almost did the frogs today, but this is really, really important to me. So I wanted to make sure that we did both and that I didn't get ahead of myself and start scrapping projects that I was excited about just because I was excited about another one. So, yeah. I am excited though, and honestly, I think it's this excitement that is the joy I was seeking when I started this channel, like when I was thinking about starting the channel. Like, this is the part of crocheting that was missing for me, was the community and the ideas and the representation and like the voice of it. I guess the revolution part was missing, and I feel like that's what really drew me to starting a community, was that I just feel like art is revolutionary, but only if you are doing something with it, and I wanted to do something with it, and so this is my attempts to do something with my art. And I'm excited about it for the first time in a long time. Art is revolution. It is. Now, somebody said something along the lines of like, a renaissance. Like, art is revolutionary because when enough people do art, it becomes a renaissance, which is usually preceded by major turmoil. So if we just made this the year of creation and everybody was making this revolution-based artwork of whatever it is that you do, whether it's drawing or creating music or crocheting or just whatever, like 3D modeling, making video games, whatever your art is, if everybody did that, we could kickstart ourselves into a new renaissance that would cover up the BS so fast. Not cover it up, sorry. Replace and like empower people to replace the BS that's going on. And it's just like, I can't remember who, maybe I'll find the video and post it on the Discord, but somebody was making like a really good point for like, make this your renaissance. And I just like heard that on full volume, and so here I am crocheting hearts to remind everybody to hold Ice accountable. That's my attempts. I'm shooting my shot. During times of turmoil, it's historical. It is. There's a lot of truth there. Like, every major renaissance was preceded by extreme political turmoil. So, here we are. There's an old Persian saying, written when ancient Iran was under Mongolian rule, this too shall pass. Really? Is that an Iranian thing? That's kind of awesome. This is gonna sound really shallow of me if I'm wrong, but I totally thought that was a Christian thing. But I mean, Christians take a lot of things, so I wouldn't be surprised at all. But I do know that my church uses that a lot too, and it's possible that I'm sure that they're referencing it. I hope that no ill will is meant, but the yarn is a mess. It is. I hate this yarn so much. This is a scrap yarn project. I basically picked all of the yarn I wanted to get rid of for this project. So this is the white that I want gone so that I can get me a new nice yarn skein. So I'm just gonna keep crocheting through it. Let's see, did I do my decreases here? Yeah, I did. Okay. Sources were a little weird on it. It's also found in Jewish literature. I believe it. You could convince me that Jesus himself said that, because it is everywhere and it's so true. Because if you think about it, fascism is not like this new super creative clever thing. Like, we've had it a lot and we always beat it. Like, I'm not really worried if we're going to beat them. It just would be really cool if we would hurry and beat them. You know what I mean? The song I mentioned earlier in the stream, I listened to it on my lunch break. So good. Yeah, I was listening to it. I'm like, oh my gosh, my church uses this, this too shall pass all the time. Yeah, it's a great song. There's an older gospel song, this too shall pass. Christians probably borrowed it. I believe it. I think that that's a really important concept for a lot of people to realize those. Like, and I think that's what's important to me, is not being comfortable now, because there's a lot of people who are going to regret for the rest of their lives that they did not do anything during the ICE occupation, and they're gonna have to live with that, and the cost was their comfort now, and they weren't willing to pay it. So there are people who are picking comfort now over being able to live with themselves later, because they're so wrapped up in this concept of like this being the new normal. And like, what even is new normal? Like, nothing has ever gone more than 10 years without changing. So there's no such thing as normal, and people are trading their integrity to be comfortable, and they're not thinking about the future. When this ends, are you going to be able to look at your grandchildren and tell them that you supported the regime because you were scared? Like, are you going to be able to do that? Because I'm not lying for you. Like, when my daughter asks me where her grandma stood, I'm not lying. I won't do it. And there is coming a day, very quickly, probably in the next 5 years, when everybody will have always been against this. Everybody will have always been against this. And I'm not gonna lie for those people. And I'm not gonna buy the lies either. Like, when my family comes to me and tries to have a conversation about how they always knew something was a little weird about that guy, I'm not buying it. And I'm not gonna sell it to my kids. I don't care who you are or how we're related. I just, like, I'm sorry. My integrity costs a little bit more than that. I feel bad that theirs was so affordable, so cheap. But my word, have some freaking self-respect. This too shall pass, and when it does, I'm gonna be able to honestly tell my children that I stood up against it. Speaking of which, I have a protest tomorrow. I'm super psyched about. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be awesome. I'll post pictures in the Discord. Geez, I hope I can still go. I'm gonna go. If they're doing it, I'll go. But it'll be a lot of fun. I love learning about different cultures. Me too! I think that's part of what makes us empathetic, to be honest. I was kind of talking about this earlier too. People who are scared to travel or have no interest in travel or learning cultures are often the racists. And I'm not sure which causes the other. I think that people, if racists traveled, they probably would be less racist. I genuinely believe that's probably true. But alas, the comfort, you just cannot take away the comfort. They will seek it out. Because the latter is not living. And as somebody who suffered anxiety for a long time, I'm not doing it anymore. Sorry, I missed one. If you ask me, I'd rather die fighting than live comfortably in compliance or anxiety, because the latter is not living. And as somebody who suffered anxiety for a long time, preach, girl, I'm not doing it anymore. Though I say that, if it happens IRL, I can only hope I have the courage to do what's right. Hey, you know, honestly, who even knows what that is, you know? I think that if it came down to it, I probably would do what's best for my children, which might not be me squaring up to ICE and getting shot in the face. That might not be the right thing to do. Not that people who got shot squared up to ICE, let me be clear. I do not think that they did, nor did they deserve it. I'm just saying that if it got to the point where I had to make that decision, I probably wouldn't, because what's good for the fight might not be good for my children, and that is more important to me. So, but I try and find a balance, you know? I go to protests and I try to be peaceful. Not try, I've never not been peaceful. But you get what I'm saying. There are right and wrong. Too many people on the wrong side of history. Agreed. It's extremely unfortunate. And frankly, I didn't realize how many people, like, something that really just like hit me like a bus, just absolutely floored me when I realized it, is how many people in my life I would not have told where Anne Frank was hiding. And to have my mother be one of those people. Like, somewhere in the United States, probably a lot of places, there is a little girl keeping a journal while she hides in an attic right now. And there are a lot of people in my life that I would not tell where she was. And that is very, very upsetting. And this too shall pass, this grass, so we can pass this grass. This too shall pass this grass. You're very silly. If you get a chance to make the decision. Yeah, that's That's really the question, isn't it? Because the last people didn't. It sucks when your parents can't be trusted. Yeah, you know, it is. It's really upsetting, actually. I'm trying to it's a daily struggle figuring out how to deal with it. I don't know how to be around her right now. I haven't talked to her since Renee Good. And her response to Renee Good made me not really want to talk to her about things anymore. I've been civil. I'm not going non-communication because I don't want to use my children as a weapon, and I don't want to take their grandma away from them. Like, I'm not making my beef a problem. So I still see her sometimes. Much less. We used to go over several times a week. And now it's maybe on Sundays. But it was really upsetting. She texted me today, and our kids have been sick, and she texted me today and asked how the kids were doing, and I didn't really want to talk to her, so I just told her, but I, was trying to be civil, and so I said they're fine, like trying to end the conversation but be polite about it. And she was kind of hurt by that response, and I wasn't trying very hard to not hurt her. I guess I wasn't trying to hurt her, but I also wanted the conversation to end, so I wasn't trying to continue it. You know what I'm saying? And she was hurt by the curt response, and I just she knows what she needs to say if she wants to have a conversation with me, and she won't say it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, it's a daily struggle trying to be okay and deal with feeling the way I do about my mother, whom I usually love. Like, we don't argue very often. It's not like we've had a contentious relationship. Like, this is somebody that I looked up to and appreciated and loved for the majority of my life. Like, I can't stress anymore, like, how we do not have a contentious relationship that would have caused me to feel this way. It's just her responses to certain things. And we even worked through it once, like, we worked through our political differences during Charlie Kirk. And apparently that did not matter, like, at all. That I tried to meet her halfway, and she was not interested in meeting me halfway, and so, yeah, I don't know. It's hard because I refuse to believe that my mother is an evil person. But she claims to be knowledgeable, and like I was talking about this morning, I don't know, I had kind of a whole kind of breakdown, not breakdown, but like I broke it down. Not that I broke down, but I broke down kind of like the different kinds of Trump supporters and who is the problem and who is unforgivable and who is being misled, and just kind of my opinions on all of that. I broke that down, so if you missed it, I might pull it out and make like a YouTube short or something of it. But catch the VOD if you missed it. But it's one of those things where, like, if you can't understand where the other person is coming from, you haven't done enough research. Like, I understand my mother lives in a world, and like, bear with me here for a second, because it's not true, but she does. These people literally live in a world where immigrants are flooding into the country specifically to kill their children. Like, they genuinely live in a world where that is happening. And that's the power of propaganda. But you can't tell them that. But they genuinely live in a world where they believe that that is happening. And if that were true, that would be so scary. So, like, I can see where she's coming from. But she has made no effort at all to see where I am coming from or to understand why I am sad. She just, like, it's beyond her. Like, she just can't do it. Or she doesn't want to do it because she doesn't want to admit that I might be right. But I don't know. It's just when that lack of desire to connect, when there's a lack of desire to connect, there's a lack of desire for me to fix it. And that's where I am right now with that. So, I don't know. The ball is in her court. A lot of things have happened since then. Alex Preddy and the Epstein files have come out since we had that conversation, and she has not come to me to apologize or to tell me that she has changed her mind, which I do think it's important to note that, like, if somebody from that side of the world comes to you and tells you that they've changed their mind, we cannot say I told you so. Like, it is so important that they feel welcome on this side, because if we get mean to them, they will go back. And so if you have somebody ever, we need them to see what's going on, and we need them to join our side. So if there's anyone who is either a victim of propaganda or is compliant through silence, those two types of Trump supporters need to be supported when they change their mind, and so that they can change their mind, and that when they change their mind, they feel like they have a safe person to go to tell that they've changed their mind, somebody who won't make fun of them. That's very important. And I'm trying to be that person for my mom, but I'm not gonna sit and allow racist comments until she decides to change her mind. Like, I'm not gonna do that for her. So I get that. It's like there's no great outcome with that. I have family members which I don't feel close with, but they have their own stuff too. It still hurts nonetheless, definitely. It's really hard to change a worldview like that. It definitely is. Admittedly, I almost became that person. The only reason I didn't is because things like anti-LGBT stuff didn't make sense to me logically. Right? Smart. I do my best to be open-minded because I care more for knowledge and accuracy than bigotry. Nice, good. I love that for you. I do not like to give Trump credit for anything, but running on fear and creating false fear, mastered. Oh, 100%. 100%. And you know, it's really unfortunate because I feel like he intentionally targeted a very volatile community. Older and middle-aged white people are very scared of things. As a future old white person, they're very, very scared of things and scared of change, especially. And I think that if you can run in here and be like, they're changing everything, they're gonna, you know, you're gonna have to be trans next, and like, they're gonna make you change your gender, and they're gonna make you change, and it's just, that is a killer move for these older white people. Like, unbelievable how good that works. Unbelievable. Fear-mongering is a powerful weapon. It sure is. The crazy thing is they don't even flippin' realize that it's fear-mongering. Like, how crazy is that? I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you. Alright, let's see. Dark pink is next. Try and hold this. It's getting heavy. Like, it's literally hard for me to hold up at this point. Wow. Alright, what do we got in here? We have 2 more dark pink hearts left, which is great because we are out of this yarn. So it's good that that's what we have extras of. Ah. Goodness. They're so heavy. Oh, this is so soft. See, I miss this. This is the Loops and Threads acrylic. That's like, it's not my favorite yarn ever, but like it's my favorite acrylic. It's so soft. And I've been working with this white and this red, which are the same brand. That's like a much crunchier acrylic. If that's like a good word, I don't know, crunchy. That's how I feel about it. This is like so much softer. I love it. So heavy, my gosh. To like hold this and also move this and like also measure this. Okay. Right there. I'm gonna tie it off. Yeah, I don't know how long these crochet streams usually go, but I'm not a super fast crocheter, so ours are gonna be 7 hours because that is how long I want to crochet for. That said, we are coming up on our 7th hour, so I'll probably wrap it up here pretty soon. I want to make... Should I try and make another red heart pass? I think so. We'll make one more red heart. Alright, you dastardly weird white, you go over there. And you come over here. Ugh. It's one of those skeins where it's just like, I wish... I just want to use it quickly and have it be gone. Oh boy. Let's make the conversation lighthearted for a second. Favorite way to cook eggs? Let's see. Yeah, Don says, you send a boy to school and he comes home a girl. I know! That's never happened! Like, relax! That's never happened! And my... Sorry, Kirby, yes, we'll switch to lighthearted. I have this one more point. And then we'll talk about eggs, I promise. But I literally, I kid you not, had a conversation with my parents about how they were just like flabbergasted. They were just shocked that local schools in Utah are now providing litter boxes for kids who identify as furries. No, they're not. That is not a thing that's happening. Like, that is so silly. And just like the tiniest bit of research would have shown that that's ridiculous, but like, but it feeds the agenda. It validates their fear. So, frick. Yeah, right? That's new, right? I know, and I love this whole, like, attack on furries, like, kids who are pretending to be animals are a problem. Like, who's that a problem for? Like, are you serious? Like, I just don't understand. I don't, like, who's that hurting? Who's it hurting? It just blows my mind. Blows my mind. And I work with this lady who literally said that people who wore masks during COVID, I kid you not, this happened. I didn't know what to do. I was stuck in the elevator with her, like, what was I supposed to do? She literally was like, I can't even remember why we were talking about this, but she was like, people who wore masks during COVID are furries. I still, like, I can't. I can't do it. Like, I can't with these people. Even repeating it, like, how do you even respond to that? I don't even know if I did. I don't even know if I can respond to that. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I did respond. I think I was just like, okay, have a nice day. And then I went to my car. Like, what are you gonna do? What? It was so outrageous, and she was so freaking serious, dude. She was so serious. I'm like, I just can't. I just can't with these people. Yeah, we have kids shooting up schools, but no, furries are the problem. Had a professor that I'm sure was low-key an anti-vaxxer. At least he respected other people's decisions to get vaccines, so I'll give him that. That's fine. Like, that's fine. Like, whatever. Do your own research to come to your own conclusions, but by God, just, like, shut up about it. Like, oh my goodness. I just can't. I can't. I don't know. It's like common sense is gone. I don't know. It's so crazy. It's fun to laugh at them, but then you're like, they live in a world where these things are true. Like, they live in a world where these things are true. That is so crazy to me. Like, that's how good the propaganda is. Morning Shadows, hello, I love you. That's my husband. We should scare all the Trump supporters out of our country by marching down the streets in fursuits, yelling about how we got COVID and we're furries and we're gonna get you next. That's good. That's good. I might have said woof woof meow. Honestly, I might. Maybe I'll just like start wearing cat ears to work. But then I'm genuinely afraid I would lose my job. Like, that is how freaking messed up this whole situation is that I'm pretty sure I would lose my job if that happened. Like, I'm pretty sure I would lose my job if I wore cat ears. I know, it is crazy. It's freaking insane. Like, I don't know how they would feel to learn that I do the sort of, like, I moonlight as a protester. So, and I might lose my job if they found out that. So, like, that's how friggin' messed up this whole situation is. It sounds like way sexier when I say it like that than just like what it is. It's crazy. I don't know. It's crazy. But like I said, like, they literally live in a world where those things are true. Like, it's not opinions. They don't think, like, it is opinions and they're false. But like, they have been told those things. People don't come up with that shit on that stuff on their own. Like, somebody led them to feel that way for some reason. And it's like, why? And that kind of goes into, I gave a whole flippin' TED talk on propaganda and identifying it. So if you get a chance when this stream is over, rewind the VOD and watch just that part. I think I'll probably chop it out because I thought that it was, it's like all my thoughts on propaganda in like a 5-minute spiel. But anyway, yeah, so I kind of like already went over propaganda. But yeah, it's crazy. Come to New York City, you can wear a whole ass cat suit and you'll get high fives. I love it. Honestly, I would really like to move to New York City because I really love Mom Johnny. Like, straight up, I think he's fantastic. Ever heard of Jack T. Chick? Oh, of course I've heard of Jack T. Chick. That is friggin'... That's some freaking Christian lore right there. My goodness, Jack T. Chick, my word. It's hilarious. That's some flippin' good content, man. Christian comic book maker, creator of the Chick tracks. Yep. Yep, I do. Believed Muslims prayed to the moon god. Ooh, gross. That's so silly. Yeah, you know, honestly, I feel like Muslims are officially closer to, like, the original definition of Christianity than Christians are. Honestly. Like, if you look into both religions, like, they have such a focus on, like, doing good in the world and stuff like that, that Christianity, I just feel like, is losing. Yeah, there's actually, I'm sure you know about this, and it may even, please don't be a furry. They're eating the dogs and cats in Ohio. No, that's the Somalis. Oh my gosh, Dawn, isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? I can't believe it. They're eating the cats. Have you, somebody did a musical remix of that speech, and it is fire. It is so good. It's literally like I can't sing it because it's spoken word, but it's like, they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets of the people who live there. And it's like, it's so good. If you haven't heard the rap, go find the rap. It is so good. But again, it just kind of goes to show, it goes back kind of to the inflatable frogs thing. It's so good. Look for it. It's amazing. It's like my favorite song. In fact, it probably needs to go into my Revolutions playlist because I forgot about it until this moment, but it's so good. It goes back to the inflatable frogs thing that I was saying, though, where it's so ridiculous that it's like they're writing their own destruction for us. And just like, it's just so crazy. Oh, really? Went and got some pants and some shirts?
Yeah, she had to be able to come say hi to you.
Oh, did she try and come in here naked?
She did.
Oh, well, thank you for getting dressed.
Indeed.
Kirby says hello to Andrew and Charlotte. Well, this is probably a good time to end. We are just about hitting our 7 hours, so, and my children have come looking for me. And my noodles are probably cold.
Yeah, they are.
So, yeah, I need to eat dinner and get these kids to bed. 5. 5? Wow. 5 little smiley guys.
Hi, Kirby.
Have you heard the rap? They're eating the pets.
Of course.
Yeah, it's great.
The one by Kifness?
Was it Kipnis?
That was.
Okay, yeah, so it's Kifness. Oh. My mic is telling me it's too loud in here.
Come on, you.
I'll be out in just a second.
Yeah, you're good. No rush.
Yeah, so that's how you find it.
Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I need to go and put them to bed. So that's how you find it. So it's They're Eating the Dogs by Kifness, Kiffnes, or Ness, I can't remember. He's the guy that remixes cat noises. So, yeah. But it's so good. It's so good. It's like my favorite. What I was saying, though, is it kind of goes back to that inflatable frogs thing, where the things that they're saying and doing are already so silly that if we just focus on the silliness and bring light to all of the silliness that is happening and how absolutely ridiculous everything is, and just really make the haters feel like pariahs in our community, I feel like that's all we need. Like, they're writing our content for us at this point. It's crazy. But anyway, here's our Let me see, it's a little tangled because I just sort of threw it down. So here's our web of hearts. Oh boy. How many are in here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So this is half. This is about half of our hearts. I'm gonna finish it off stream, and I will post pictures on our Discord and Instagram. So just kind of a last call, anybody who has not, if you've made it this far and you haven't followed, liked, subscribed, or turned on the bell for live notifications, please do. We've been having a lot of fun, and I would love to continue to do that. This community is very, very important to me, and my vision for it is so important to me, and I really appreciate everybody for hanging out. Dawn and Kirby especially, thank you so much for giving me somebody to talk to, and giving me a way to sort of get these ideas out. I think laughing about the absurdity really brings a lot of peace, because, you know, I came into this stream having just read some Epstein files, and I was not feeling good. And I'm ending this stream after having a really amazing time and making new friends. Dawn, thank you so much for joining us. And I just feel so good right now about how crazy everything is and how this is all going to pass. And we just have to keep together and keep reminding people that it's not okay to eat babies, and it's not okay to steal children, and it's not okay to murder brown people. Just as long as we keep reminding people that, I think that it will pass. This too shall pass. So, oh, me too, Dawn. Thank you so much. Hang them upside down, they become butts. They do, especially this one. If you, like, don't finish it, it's a butt. I know, I thought about that too. I actually, as I was working with the pink, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't do pink because I was worried, but it turned out okay. So, yeah. So thanks so much, guys. I appreciate all of you so much. Join our Discord if you haven't already. We're gonna have a lot of fun stuff on there, as well as a lot of useful activist materials and stuff like that. It's still in the works, but that is what I would like it to be. So next week we're going to be crocheting frogs. I will put out a a pattern for that in advance so that people can get things together. But for now, I'd say probably just grab a skein of your favorite yarn or have some kind of solidarity flag in mind, and grab colors for that. Try and use things that you already have, you know, don't feed the economy. Don't feed the economy right now. Use yarn you already have. If you can make a solidarity flag with stuff that you already have, great. If not, just make a frog. That's totally fine. If you're picking your own yarn, you probably need to pick your own hook size. So just come prepared to do that, and I will make a pattern for the frogs, and we'll just make like a ton of frogs next week. It's gonna be awesome. So watch out for the notification for that. Sleep well, everybody. Thank you so much again for hanging out with me. It's been a really great time. And I will see you guys next week. Thanks so much.